Hey story enthusiasts! This is Dark Fanfics bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you, what if Bellatrix never went insane and met Harry at age 9, recognizing him as her destined soulmate. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The star-touched child. Rain pelted against the windows of Blackthorn Cottage as Bellatrix Black paced before the hearth, her reflection occasionally catching in the ornate silver mirror hanging above the mantelpiece. At 38, she remained striking, high cheekbones, heavy-lidded eyes, and wild black curls that refused to be tamed, much like the witch herself. She paused, watching flames dance over cedar logs. 17 years had passed since she'd made the choice that altered her destiny. 17 years since she'd walked away from the Dark Lord when he demanded she torture the McKinnons for information. She'd seen the madness in his eyes that night, recognized it as the same that had claimed her father in his final years. No, she had told him, her voice steady despite the wands trained on her. I won't become that. The fury in his eyes still haunted her dreams. She'd barely escaped with her life, disappearing into the shadows of Wizarding Britain while her former associates, Rodolphus, whom she'd refused to marry, Rabaston, her own cousin Regulus, all fell to either death or Azkaban. Lightning flashed, illuminating the cottage's interior. Books lined every wall, ancient tomes on forgotten magic, defensive spells, and healing arts. Bellatrix had spent her exile learning, growing stronger, watching from a distance as the war ended with the mysterious vanquishing of Voldemort by an infant, Harry Potter. A sharp tapping interrupted her thoughts. Her barn owl Nix perched outside, feathers slicked with rain. Bellatrix waved her hand, and the window swung open. "What have you brought me, my friend?" she murmured, untying the scroll from the owl's leg. The parchment bore her sister Narcissa's elegant script. The seers were right. "It's happening now, Bella. The stars align as predicted. Remember Grandmother Cassiopeia's prophecy about the Black Guardian and the star-touched boy? I've seen the signs. Find him before they hide him forever." Bellatrix sank into her armchair, heart racing. The family prophecy, one kept secret even from Voldemort, spoke of a child marked by stars who would reshape the magical world, guided by a black family guardian whose soul would recognize their charge on sight. For centuries, blacks had watched for this child, believing they would bring their family either ultimate glory or final destruction. She dismissed it as superstition, like the pureblood mania she'd eventually rejected. Yet Narcissa, who had the sight that occasionally manifested in their bloodline, had never been wrong. "Find him," she whispered to the empty room. "But where do I begin?" The prophecy offered one clue: the child would be found where the mundane and magical worlds blurred, living in ignorance of their power. Tomorrow, she would begin her search. 4 years later, Bellatrix was no closer to finding the prophesied child. She'd traveled throughout Britain, searching magical communities on the fringes of Muggle towns, following whispers and rumors that inevitably led nowhere. On this particular July morning, she found herself in a pristine Muggle suburb called Little Whinging. The identical houses with their manicured lawns made her skin crawl. She'd come following a faint magical disturbance reported by one of her detection charms, likely nothing more than accidental magic from a Muggle-born child, but she followed every lead, however thin. Disguised in Muggle clothing, black jeans and a dark blouse that still managed to look vaguely intimidating, she walked briskly down Wisteria Walk, feeling conspicuous despite her precautions. Her wand remained hidden but accessible in her sleeve. The magical signature grew stronger as she approached Magnolia Crescent, then Privet Drive. Curious. The magic felt wild, untrained, but powerful, too powerful for a typical bout of accidental magic. Number 4 stood like all the others, unremarkable except for the perfectly trimmed rose bushes and the absence of any toys or signs of children, despite Bellatrix knowing from local gossip that a family with a young son lived there. As she passed, she spotted a small boy working in the garden under the merciless summer sun. Too small for his age, 8 or 9, perhaps, with a mop of unruly black hair and clothes that hung off his thin frame like rags on a scarecrow. Something about him made her slow her pace. The boy looked up, and Bellatrix froze. Green eyes. Startling, familiar green eyes that she'd only seen in one other person, Lily Evans, who'd become Lily Potter before her murder. And on the boy's forehead, partially obscured by his hair, a curious scar shaped like a lightning bolt. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The magical world savior, abandoned in a Muggle suburb, dressed in cast-offs, laboring in a garden while his face glistened with sweat and, Bellatrix narrowed her eyes, a bruise darkened his cheekbone. Something fierce and protective ignited in her chest, a feeling so foreign she nearly gasped. This was what Narcissa had meant. The moment of recognition wasn't intellectual, it was visceral, a pull in her magic that reached toward the boy like magnetism. As their eyes met, a shimmer of silver light briefly connected them, invisible to any Muggle observers but blindingly clear to Bellatrix's magical senses. Ancient magic, blood magic, the kind her family had preserved for generations. The boy, Harry, blinked in confusion, as if sensing something but unable to identify it. Then a woman's shrill voice called from inside the house. "Boy! Are you finished with those weeds yet? The patio needs scrubbing before Vernon gets home." Harry flinched, ducking his head. "Almost done, Aunt Petunia," he called back, his voice small. Bellatrix's fingers tightened around her wand. She'd found him, the star-touched child of the prophecy, but something was very wrong. Harry Potter, heir to the noble house of Potter, savior of the wizarding world, was being treated like a house elf by these Muggles. She needed to watch, to plan. Rushing in would only complicate matters. So she concealed herself with a disillusionment charm and settled in to observe. What she witnessed over the next few hours made her blood boil. The boy worked without rest or water under the blistering sun. When he finally finished the garden, his aunt, a horse-faced woman with a permanently sour expression, inspected his work with obvious disdain before sending him to scrub the back patio. Later, a walrus of a man returned home with a pig-faced boy who appeared to be Harry's age but 3 times his size. This boy, Dudley, she gathered from their conversation, immediately began tormenting Harry, shoving him when the adults weren't looking, whispering threats that made Harry pale. Dinner was the final outrage. Harry served the family before retreating to a corner with a plate containing a fraction of what the others received. When Dudley complained about his dessert portion, Harry's was summarily removed and added to his cousin's. Night fell, and Bellatrix expected Harry to be sent upstairs to bed. Instead, the uncle, Vernon, grabbed Harry by the scruff of his neck and opened a cupboard under the stairs. "In you go, boy. And no funny business tonight, or there'll be no meals tomorrow." Harry disappeared inside, and Vernon slid a bolt across the door. They kept him in a cupboard. Like an unwanted broom. Bellatrix had seen enough. She retreated to plan her next move, her mind racing. This wasn't simply about the prophecy anymore. The wizarding world's supposed golden child was being abused by Muggles, and no one had intervened. Where was Dumbledore? Where were the Ministry's child welfare officials? Where were the Potter family allies? She would return tomorrow. And Harry Potter would never spend another night in that cupboard. Harry pressed his ear against the cupboard door, listening to the Dursleys settle in for the evening. Uncle Vernon's sports program blared from the television while Aunt Petunia's magazines rustled as she flipped through glossy pages. Dudley had already thundered upstairs, probably to play his new video game. His stomach growled, protesting the meager dinner. The single slice of bread, small portion of peas, and thin slice of ham had barely touched his hunger after a day of outdoor labor. Sighing, he retreated to his cot, careful to avoid the spider webs that decorated the corners of his bedroom. The cupboard was stuffy, but Harry had learned to appreciate the privacy it offered. Here, at least, Dudley couldn't hit him, and Uncle Vernon usually left him alone once he was locked away. He reached for the small torch he'd rescued from Dudley's discarded toys and flicked it on, illuminating his humble space. A few broken toy soldiers stood guard on the narrow shelf, alongside a tattered paperback he'd retrieved from the school's donation bin. Reading by torchlight was his nightly ritual, his escape from Privet Drive. But tonight, Harry couldn't focus on the adventures of King Arthur and his knights. His mind kept returning to the strange woman he'd seen while gardening, tall and imposing with wild dark hair and intense eyes that had seemed to look right through him. For a brief moment when their gazes met, he'd felt something like a warm current pass between them, as if recognizing someone he'd known forever. Then she disappeared, and Harry had convinced himself he'd imagined her, a creation of his heat-addled mind. He touched the bruise on his cheek, a gift from Uncle Vernon after Harry had accidentally dropped a plate last night. The Dursleys had always been clear about his place in their household, a burden they'd been forced to take in when his parents died in a car crash, a drain on their resources, an unwelcome reminder of Aunt Petunia's freak sister. "But I'm not a freak," Harry whispered fiercely to himself. "I'm just Harry." Strange things happened around him sometimes, hair growing back overnight after a particularly horrible haircut from Aunt Petunia, finding himself suddenly on the school roof while escaping Dudley's gang, or the time the teacher's wig had turned blue. But that didn't make him a freak. Did it? Exhaustion finally overcame hunger, and Harry drifted into an uneasy sleep filled with dreams of flying motorcycles, flashes of green light, and a woman with wild dark hair extending her hand toward him. Morning arrived with Aunt Petunia's rapping on his cupboard door. "Up. Get up now. You need to watch the bacon." Harry groaned, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Coming, Aunt Petunia." He pulled on Dudley's oversized cast-offs and shuffled to the kitchen, where he immediately took his place at the stove. Cooking breakfast was a daily chore, one that carried the constant risk of punishment if the bacon was too crisp or the eggs too runny for Uncle Vernon's taste. "Don't burn anything," Aunt Petunia warned, hovering nearby. "Everything must be perfect for Dudley's birthday breakfast." Harry's heart sank. He'd forgotten today was Dudley's birthday, which meant increased scrutiny, more chores, and likely a visit from Aunt Marge, who would bring her bulldog to terrorize him. As if summoned by his thoughts, Dudley waddled into the kitchen, immediately counting the presents stacked on the table. 36, he said, turning to his mother with a reddening face. "That's 2 less than last year." What followed was a familiar scene: Dudley's imminent tantrum, Aunt Petunia's frantic promises of additional gifts, and Uncle Vernon's indulgent chuckles at his son's healthy appetite for presents. Harry kept his head down, focusing on not burning the breakfast while making himself as unobtrusive as possible. It was a skill he'd perfected over the years, becoming invisible in plain sight. The morning proceeded according to the Dursley script. Dudley received assurances of 2 more presents, Harry was instructed to clean up while the family enjoyed their breakfast, and plans were made for a trip to the zoo. "Mrs. Figg can't take him," Aunt Petunia informed Uncle Vernon with evident distress, gesturing toward Harry. "She's broken her leg." A heated discussion ensued about what to do with Harry, who silently hoped to be left behind rather than endure a day of Dudley's taunting. "We could phone Marge," Uncle Vernon suggested. "Don't be silly, she hates the boy," Aunt Petunia replied. "What about your friend, what's her name, Yvonne? On holiday in Majorca?" Harry offered. "I could stay here. And find the house in ruins when we return." Uncle Vernon snorted. The doorbell rang, interrupting their deliberations. Aunt Petunia hurried to answer it, expecting Piers Polkiss, Dudley's best friend who was joining them for the zoo excursion. Instead, her scream pierced the morning quiet. Uncle Vernon leaped from his chair, charging toward the front door with Dudley waddling behind him. Harry, curious despite himself, peered around the kitchen doorway. In the doorway stood the woman from yesterday, the one with wild dark hair and intense eyes. Up close, she was even more imposing, dressed in an elegant black dress that seemed oddly formal for a morning visit. Her smile was knife-sharp as she addressed Aunt Petunia. "Mrs. Dursley, I presume? My name is Bellatrix Black. I've come about your nephew, Harry Potter." Uncle Vernon's face purpled. "How do you know about the boy? Who are you?" If you're selling something, I assure you, I'm not selling anything, the woman, Bellatrix, said, her voice cultured but with an edge like broken glass. I'm here to discuss Harry's welfare. Perhaps we could speak inside, rather than providing your neighbors with their morning entertainment. She brushed past the stunned Dursleys, entering the hallway with a confident stride. Her eyes found Harry immediately, and that same strange sensation washed over him, recognition, belonging, safety. "Hello, Harry," she said softly, her tone transforming from sharp to gentle. "I've been looking for you for a very long time. You will leave my house this instant." Uncle Vernon bellowed, finding his voice. "We don't know you, and we certainly don't discuss the boy with strangers." Bellatrix's smile vanished. With a flick of her wrist, a wooden stick appeared in her hand. She pointed it at Vernon, whose tirade died in his throat. "Silencio," she said calmly. Uncle Vernon's mouth continued moving, but no sound emerged. His eyes bulged in panic as he clutched at his throat. Aunt Petunia shrieked, pulling Dudley behind her. "You're one of them. One of the freaks like my sister." "I am a witch, yes," Bellatrix replied coldly. "And if by freak you mean someone with magical abilities, then Harry is indeed one too. But I suspect you already knew that, didn't you, Petunia?" Harry's world tilted. Magic? Witches? His aunt knowing about it? "That's not possible," he whispered. "Magic isn't real." Bellatrix's expression softened as she turned to him. "Oh, but it is, Harry. It's very real. Your parents were a witch and wizard, powerful ones. And you are too." Uncle Vernon, still silenced, lunged toward Bellatrix, fists raised. With another casual flick of her wand, he froze in place, rigid as a statue. Petrificus totalis. Much better. She stepped around him. "Now, we're going to have a civilized conversation. Petunia, take your son and sit down in the living room. Harry, come with me." Too shocked to disobey, Harry followed Bellatrix into the living room, where a terrified Aunt Petunia perched on the edge of the sofa, clutching Dudley, who was trying unsuccessfully to hide his bulk behind her. Bellatrix waved her wand, and Uncle Vernon's frozen form floated into the room, settling into an armchair. Another wave, and he could speak again, though he remained immobilized. "What have you done to me, you," he sputtered. "Careful," Bellatrix warned. "I have an unfortunate temper when people use certain words around me." She turned to Harry, who stood wide-eyed by the door. "Harry, do you know anything about your parents? Your heritage?" He shook his head. "Just that they died in a car crash when I was a baby. And that my dad was unemployed and my mum was." He glanced at Aunt Petunia, different. Bellatrix's expression darkened. "A car crash. Unemployed." She rounded on the Dursleys. "You told him James and Lily Potter died in a car accident. That James, who came from one of the wealthiest wizarding families in Britain, was unemployed. We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out that nonsense." Uncle Vernon roared, his face apoplectic despite his immobility. "We swore we'd make him normal. By abusing him. Starving him. Keeping him in a cupboard under the stairs." Bellatrix's voice was dangerously soft. "Oh yes, I've been watching. I've seen how you treat him. We gave him a roof over his head when no one wanted him." Aunt Petunia hissed. "We took him in. And made his life miserable," Bellatrix countered. "Tell me, was that Dumbledore's instruction when he left Harry here? To neglect and mistreat him?" Aunt Petunia blanched at the name. "You know Dumbledore?" "I know of him," Bellatrix replied grimly. "I know he's the one who placed Harry with you. What I don't know is why he left the savior of the wizarding world with muggles who would abuse him." "Savior?" Harry found his voice. "What are you talking about? Who's Dumbledore? And what's a muggle?" Bellatrix sighed, her expression softening again as she looked at Harry. You deserve to know the truth, Harry. Your parents didn't die in a car crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort, the most powerful and terrible dark wizard in centuries. He tried to kill you too, but somehow, you survived. The killing curse rebounded, and Voldemort vanished. You're famous in our world, the boy who lived. Harry stared at her, unable to process what she was saying. That's not possible. Have strange things ever happened around you, Harry? Things you couldn't explain? Perhaps when you were afraid or angry? Images flashed through his mind, the school roof, the blue wig, his hair growing back overnight. That's accidental magic, Bellatrix explained, seeing the recognition in his eyes. All young witches and wizards experience it before they learn to control their powers. But, if I'm famous, if my parents were important, why am I here? Why didn't someone from this wizarding world check on me? Bellatrix's expression darkened. That, Harry, is an excellent question, one I intend to get answers to. But right now, my priority is getting you away from here. You can't take him. Aunt Petunia suddenly screeched. Dumbledore said he has to stay here. He said there are protections. Blood wards, Bellatrix nodded. Based on Lily's sacrifice and your shared blood. But they only work if Harry considers this place home, if he's cared for here. Her gaze swept over Harry's thin frame and bruised face. Clearly, that condition hasn't been met. She turned to Harry again, her voice gentle. I know you don't know me, Harry. But I've been searching for you for years. There's a connection between us, an old magic that binds a guardian to their ward. I felt it yesterday when our eyes met, and I'm sure you felt something too. Harry nodded hesitantly. Like recognizing someone you've never met. Exactly. Bellatrix smiled, and for a moment, her severe features transformed into something almost beautiful. I'm offering you a choice, Harry. You can stay here with your relatives, or you can come with me. I'll teach you about magic, about your parents, about your heritage. I'll protect you. He's not going anywhere with you. Uncle Vernon bellowed from his frozen position. Bellatrix ignored him, keeping her eyes on Harry. The choice is yours, Harry. But know that if you choose to stay, I'll ensure these people treat you properly from now on. Harry looked around the living room, at Uncle Vernon's purple face, at Aunt Petunia's fearful scowl, at Dudley's wide-eyed terror. This house had never been a home to him. He'd never known kindness here, never felt wanted or loved. He turned back to Bellatrix, seeing the sincerity in her dark eyes. She was offering him everything he'd ever dreamed of, knowledge about his parents, about himself, about this hidden magical world. I want to go with you, he said firmly. Bellatrix's smile was radiant. Excellent choice, Harry. Go gather your things. Only what truly matters to you. Harry hesitated. Everything I own is in my cupboard. Something dangerous flashed across Bellatrix's face, but she controlled it quickly. Then let's get your things and be on our way. She followed Harry to the cupboard under the stairs, her expression horrified as she saw the cramped space with its cot and sparse belongings. This is where you've been sleeping, she asked quietly. Harry nodded, embarrassed. It's not so bad. I'm used to it. You'll never have to be used to such treatment again, Bellatrix promised, her voice fierce. She flicked her wand, and a small bag appeared in her hand. Put your things in here. It's enchanted to hold more than it appears. Harry gathered his few treasures, the broken soldiers, the paperback, a small toy knight he'd saved from the rubbish, and placed them in the bag, which indeed swallowed them as if they were nothing. When they returned to the living room, Bellatrix addressed the Dursleys one final time. I'll be taking Harry now. You won't see him again unless he wishes it. Consider yourselves fortunate that I'm feeling merciful today. She waved her wand, and Uncle Vernon slumped, released from the body bind. He immediately lunged to his feet. Now see here. The boy is our responsibility. You can't just. Bellatrix's wand pointed directly between his eyes, stopping him mid-sentence. I can, and I will. Harry deserves better than what you've given him. And for what it's worth, Vernon Dursley, if I ever discover you've laid hands on another child the way you've done to Harry, I will return. And I won't be so restrained. The threat hung in the air, unmistakable in its intensity. She extended her hand to Harry. Ready? Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Harry took her hand. Her fingers were cool against his, but that strange, comforting warmth spread up his arm again, like coming home to a place he'd never been. Where are we going? He asked as they stepped onto Privet Drive. Bellatrix smiled down at him. To Blackthorn Cottage. Your new home, if you wish it to be. As they walked away from number 4, Harry felt a weight lifting from his shoulders, the burden of years spent unwanted and unloved. Ahead lay uncertainty, but also possibility. He didn't look back. Bellatrix led Harry to a small park several streets away from Privet Drive, her mind racing. She hadn't planned to reveal herself so quickly, nor to take Harry immediately, but seeing his living conditions had forced her hand. The cupboard, the bruises, the obvious neglect, her blood still boiled thinking about it. They sat on a bench beneath an oak tree, away from the few Muggle children playing on the swings. Harry, she began gently, I know this is overwhelming. You must have questions. He nodded, his green eyes wide behind his taped glasses. Hundreds. Are you really a witch? Am I really a wizard? Did you know my parents? Who's Dumbledore? Why did this Voldemort person want to kill me? Bellatrix smiled at his eagerness. Yes to the first 2 questions. I am a witch, from the ancient and noble House of Black, one of the oldest wizarding families in Britain. And you are most definitely a wizard, Harry, from the equally ancient House of Potter. She hesitated before continuing. I knew your parents, though not well. Your mother, Lily, was a few years behind me at Hogwarts, that's the wizarding school you'll attend when you're 11. She was brilliantly talented, especially in charms and potions. Your father, James, came from a wealthy pureblood family, though the Potters were known for being more progressive than families like mine. Pureblood? Harry questioned. Wizarding families without Muggle ancestry, non-magical people, Bellatrix explained. Some families, like mine, placed great importance on blood purity. It's nonsense, of course, though I didn't always think so. A shadow crossed her face. Your mother was Muggle-born, a witch born to non-magical parents, and she was more powerful than many purebloods. Harry processed this, his brow furrowed. And Dumbledore? The person Aunt Petunia mentioned. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and arguably the most powerful wizard alive. He's also the one who placed you with the Dursleys after your parents' deaths. Her voice hardened. Something I intend to discuss with him very soon. And Voldemort? Why did he want to kill my family? Bellatrix sighed, choosing her words carefully. That's complicated, Harry. During the Wizarding War, Voldemort targeted those who opposed him. Your parents were members of a resistance group. But why he came specifically for you that night? I don't know the full story. This wasn't entirely true. Bellatrix had heard whispers of a prophecy, different from the Black family one, that had sent Voldemort hunting the Potters. But that was a burden Harry didn't need right now. What I do know, she continued, is that when he cast the killing curse at you, something extraordinary happened. The curse rebounded, leaving you with only that scar. She gently brushed his hair back to reveal the lightning bolt mark. And Voldemort was destroyed, or at least, severely weakened. Harry touched his scar self-consciously. This is from a curse. Not the car crash. The Avada Kedavra curse, instantly fatal to anyone it strikes. Except you, Harry Potter. You're the only person in recorded history to survive it, which is why you're famous in our world. Harry looked troubled. I don't remember any of it. Just sometimes, a flash of green light and a high, cold laugh. Bellatrix's blood ran cold. She recognized that laugh, had heard it directed at her when she refused to torture for Voldemort's pleasure. That's more than most would remember, given how young you were. They sat in silence for a moment, Harry digesting these revelations while Bellatrix gave him space to think. You said there's a connection between us, he finally said. What kind of connection? This was the delicate part. There's an ancient magical tradition within certain families, a guardian bond that forms when a powerful magical child needs protection. The Black family has long had such magic in our bloodline. When I saw you yesterday, I felt the bond activate. She extended her hand, palm up. May I show you something? Harry hesitantly placed his smaller hand in hers. Bellatrix murmured an incantation, and a soft silver light appeared between their palms, forming a web-like pattern before fading. That's the guardian bond. It recognized you as the child I'm meant to protect, and me as your magical guardian. She released his hand gently. It doesn't control either of us, you still have your free will, as do I. But it creates a connection that helps me sense when you're in danger and enhances protective magic between us. So, you're like my godmother? Harry asked uncertainly. Bellatrix considered this. Something like that, though not officially appointed by your parents. This is older magic, soul magic. Some would call it fate. Harry frowned. I don't really believe in fate. The Dursleys always said my fate was to be a burden and a freak. The Dursleys, Bellatrix said firmly, are small-minded, cruel people who feared what they couldn't understand. Your fate, Harry Potter, is yours to decide. The connection between us doesn't dictate your path, it merely gives you someone to walk beside you while you find it. Harry seemed to accept this, relaxing slightly. So what happens now? Now, if you're ready, we go to my home, our home. It's protected by powerful enchantments, so we'll need to apparate. That means magical transportation, she added, seeing his confusion. It might feel strange the first time, like being squeezed through a tight tube. But it's perfectly safe. Will I learn to do that too? Apparate? When you're older, yes. Wizards typically learn to apparate at 17. But you'll learn many other magical skills much sooner. She stood, offering her hand again. Ready for your first magical journey, Harry Potter? He took her hand with newfound determination. Ready. Bellatrix checked that they were unobserved, then turned on the spot, focusing on the familiar coordinates of Blackthorn Cottage. The last thing she saw in Little Whinging was Harry's startled expression before they vanished with a sharp crack. Harry felt like his body was being compressed from all sides, squeezed through a rubber tube that was much too small. Just when he thought he couldn't breathe, the pressure vanished, and he stumbled onto soft grass, gasping. First time's always the worst, Bellatrix said, steadying him. You did well, many people vomit their first apparition. Harry straightened, pushing his glasses back into place as he took in their surroundings. They stood before a cottage nestled against the edge of a dense forest. Built from dark stone with a slate roof, it looked simultaneously ancient and timeless. Ivy climbed its walls, and the windows glowed with a warm light despite the morning hour. Welcome to Blackthorn Cottage, Bellatrix said, pride evident in her voice. It's been in the Black family for generations, one of our smaller properties, but I've always preferred it to the ancestral manor. As they approached, Harry noticed intricate carvings around the door frame, symbols and runes that seemed to shift when he looked directly at them. Protection wards, Bellatrix explained, seeing his fascination. They recognize family and trusted visitors while keeping unwelcome guests out. She placed her palm against the door, and the carvings glowed briefly before the door swung open. Harry's first impression of the cottage's interior was books, hundreds of them, lining every wall from floor to ceiling. A fire burned in a stone hearth despite the summer weather, casting dancing shadows across comfortable-looking furniture. Strange silver instruments whirred and puffed on various surfaces, and paintings, whose subjects, Harry realized with a shock, were moving, hung between the bookshelves. "The fire is magical," Bellatrix said, noticing his glance. "It warms without overheating and requires no fuel. Useful in a house full of priceless books." Harry approached one of the bookshelves cautiously. Titles like Magical Hierarchies of the 16th Century, Defensive Magic for the Vigilant Witch, and Blood Magic, Theories and Applications gleamed in gold lettering on leather spines. "You'll have access to any books appropriate for your age and magical development," Bellatrix said, removing her traveling cloak and hanging it on a hook that seemed to extend from the wall to receive it. "Knowledge has always been valued in my family, though not always used wisely." She led him through the main room to a narrow staircase. "Let me show you your room. I prepared it, just in case." The second floor contained several doors off a central hallway. Bellatrix opened one to reveal a spacious bedroom with a large four-poster bed, a desk beneath a window overlooking the forest, a wardrobe, and bookshelves already containing volumes with more approachable titles like Quidditch Through the Ages and A Child's Introduction to Magical Creatures. "This was my cousin Regulus's room when he visited as a child," Bellatrix said softly. "I thought you might like it." Harry entered slowly, overwhelmed. The room was larger than Dudley's, furnished more finely than any room at Privet Drive. And it was meant for him. "This is mine?" he asked uncertainly. "All yours," Bellatrix confirmed. "We can change anything you don't like, the colors, the furniture." "It's perfect," Harry whispered. He turned to Bellatrix, sudden doubt clouding his expression. "But why? Why go to all this trouble for me?" Bellatrix considered him thoughtfully. "3 reasons, Harry. First, the guardian bond one mentioned, it's real, and it drew me to find you. Second, you're the son of Lily and James Potter, who fought bravely against a darkness I once nearly succumbed to myself. And third." She hesitated. "Third, because every child deserves to be safe, protected, and given the opportunity to grow into their potential. Something I suspect you've been denied until now." She didn't mention her family's prophecy yet. Harry was already processing too much new information. "Now," she said, her tone lightening, "are you hungry? Those relatives of yours didn't seem concerned with feeding you properly." As if on cue, Harry's stomach growled loudly. He blushed, but Bellatrix only smiled. "Come downstairs. My house elf, Pippi, will be eager to meet you." House elf? Magical servants bound to wizarding families. Some treat them poorly, my family included, historically, but Pippi has been with me since I left my family home, and we have an understanding. In the kitchen, a warm, surprisingly modern space with copper pots hanging from the ceiling and herbs growing in window boxes, a small creature with bat-like ears and large, tennis ball-sized eyes waited. She wore what looked like a tailored tea towel with the Black family crest embroidered on it. "Mistress Bellatrix has returned," the elf squeaked excitedly. "And she brings young Master Potter. Pippi has heard the stories." "Harry, this is Pippi," Bellatrix introduced. "Pippi, Harry will be living with us now. He's had a difficult morning and needs a proper meal." Pippi bobbed in what appeared to be a curtsy. "Pippi is honored to serve the boy who lived. What would young master like for breakfast?" Unused to being asked his preferences, Harry stammered, "Anything is fine. Whatever's easy." "Harry," Bellatrix said gently but firmly, "in this house, you're allowed to have wants and preferences. It's not an imposition to express them." Encouraged, Harry admitted, "I've always wanted to try blueberry pancakes. Dudley got them at restaurants sometimes, but I never." "Blueberry pancakes it is," Pippi declared, already bustling around the kitchen. "With bacon and eggs and fresh orange juice." While Pippi prepared breakfast, Bellatrix led Harry to the dining room, a cozy space with a round oak table and windows overlooking a garden. "We need to discuss some practical matters," she said as they sat. First, the wizarding world believes you're safely hidden with your muggle relatives. Taking you from there will cause complications when discovered. Will I have to go back? Harry asked, alarmed. No, Bellatrix said firmly. Never. But Dumbledore placed you there for what he believed were good reasons, and he won't simply accept your removal. But you said those blood wards don't work properly anyway, since the Dursleys don't, since they don't care about me. Precisely. Which is one argument we'll make when the time comes. But for now, I believe we should keep your new living arrangements quiet while we strengthen our position. Our position? Bellatrix nodded. You are the last Potter, Harry. That means something in wizarding society. The Potters were not only wealthy but politically influential. Your father was the heir to an ancient and noble house, like mine. Those titles carry weight in our world. I'm rich? Harry asked, bewildered. Quite, Bellatrix confirmed with a small smile. Though you can't access most of your inheritance until you're 17. But we can visit Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, to access your trust vault for school supplies and other necessities. Pippi arrived with a tray laden with food, golden pancakes studded with plump blueberries, crispy bacon, fluffy scrambled eggs, and a pitcher of orange juice. Harry stared at the feast before him. At the Dursleys, he'd been lucky to get toast and a scraping of marmalade most mornings. Go on, Bellatrix encouraged. Eat as much as you like. He needed no further invitation. The food was delicious, and Bellatrix was pleased to see him eat heartily, though she noted with concern how he initially took small portions, as if expecting to be scolded for taking too much. While you eat, she continued, let me explain what the next few days will look like. First, you'll need proper clothing and personal items. We can transfigure temporary solutions, but a proper shopping trip to both magical and muggle establishments will be necessary. You shop in muggle stores? Harry asked between mouthfuls. When necessary. Despite my upbringing, I've learned that muggles make certain things better than wizards. Particularly writing implements and some clothing items. Her lips quirked. Wizarding fashion can be impractical. Will we go to magical places too? Like where other witches and wizards live? Yes, though carefully. You're recognizable to any wizard or witch who's seen your picture in history books or newspapers. That lightning scar is famous. Bellatrix tapped her own forehead. We'll need to disguise it for public outings. Harry touched his scar self-consciously. Everyone knows about it. I'm afraid so. The boy who lived is something of a legend. She saw his discomfort and added, but here, with me, you're just Harry. Not a legend or a celebrity, just a boy who deserves a proper childhood. Harry's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, which he quickly blinked away. Thank you, he said quietly. After breakfast, Bellatrix gave Harry a proper tour of the cottage and its grounds. The property was larger than it initially appeared, with the forest behind the house revealed to be part of the estate. The woods are warded for safety, Bellatrix explained as they walked a path beneath ancient oaks. No harmful creatures can enter, and you can't accidentally wander beyond the property boundaries. Are there magical creatures in there? Harry asked, eyes wide. A few harmless ones. Bowtruckles in the oldest trees, the occasional fairy colony during summer months. Perhaps a Kneazle or two, though they generally avoid humans. Harry's education began that very afternoon. Bellatrix started with wizarding history, explaining the basic structure of magical society while addressing Harry's countless questions. The Ministry of Magic governs wizarding Britain, separate from the Muggle government, she explained. They maintain the International Statute of Secrecy, which prevents Muggles from learning about our world. But my aunt knew, Harry pointed out. Because of my mum being a witch. Immediate family members of Muggleborns are exceptions, though they're sworn to secrecy. The Dursleys' hatred of magic likely stems partially from fear of breaking that statute. By evening, Harry's head was swimming with new information, the 4 Hogwarts houses, the basics of Quidditch, which particularly fascinated him, famous wizards and witches throughout history, and the general outline of the recent Wizarding War. As they sat by the fire after dinner, Harry asked the question that had been building all day, "Can you tell me more about what happened to my parents?" "The full story." Bellatrix set aside her teacup, regarding him seriously. "You deserve to know, though some details are difficult." She took a breath. "During the height of the war, your parents opposed Voldemort openly as members of an organization called the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore. For reasons not entirely clear to me, Voldemort began targeting them specifically." She chose her words carefully, still withholding the prophecy aspect until she understood it better herself. "They went into hiding under a powerful spell called the Fidelius Charm, which conceals a location completely unless revealed by a designated secret keeper. Their friend, Sirius Black, my cousin, actually, was widely believed to be their secret keeper." Harry leaned forward, engrossed. "On Halloween night in 1981, Voldemort found your parents' hiding place in Godric's Hollow. He killed your father first, then your mother when she refused to step aside from your crib." Bellatrix's voice softened. "She died protecting you, Harry. And that sacrifice, that act of pure love, created an ancient magical protection. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at you, it rebounded upon him instead." "So my mother saved me," Harry whispered. "Yes. Lily Potter's love defeated the darkest wizard of our time." Bellatrix's expression turned troubled. "Afterward, in the chaos, you were taken from the scene by Rubeus Hagrid, Dumbledore's gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and delivered to the Dursleys that same night." "And Sirius Black? You said he was their secret keeper." A shadow passed over Bellatrix's face. "That's complicated. Sirius was arrested for betraying your parents and for allegedly killing another friend of theirs, Peter Pettigrew, along with 12 Muggles. He's in Azkaban, the wizarding prison." "You don't sound convinced," Harry observed perceptively. "I'm not. Sirius and I weren't close, he rejected our family's dark leanings long before I did, but betrayal was never in his nature, especially not of James Potter, whom he considered a brother." Her expression darkened. Something never sat right about his case. He was sentenced without a proper trial in the post-war chaos. Could he be innocent? Possibly. It's something I've considered investigating, but accessing Azkaban is difficult. The prison is guarded by creatures called Dementors, some of the foulest beings in existence. Harry shuddered at her tone. "So I might have a godfather who's wrongfully imprisoned?" "If Sirius was officially named your godfather, which would align with what I know of your parents' close friendship with him, then yes. Can we help him?" Bellatrix studied Harry with newfound respect. After learning about his parents' murder, his first thought was to help the man who might have been framed. "It would be dangerous and complicated," she said carefully. "But if he is innocent, yes, perhaps we can. In time." The grandfather clock in the corner chimed 9, and Bellatrix noted Harry's attempts to stifle a yawn. "That's enough heavy conversation for one day. You've had an overwhelming introduction to our world." She led him upstairs to his bedroom, where Pippi had laid out pajamas, transfigured from some of Bellatrix's own clothes and temporarily sized for Harry. "Tomorrow we'll begin more practical lessons," she promised. "Simple spells and magical theory. Though you won't have your own wand until we visit Diagon Alley." Harry looked around the comfortable room, still seeming slightly disbelieving that it belonged to him. "Bellatrix," he asked hesitantly. "Why did you really come looking for me? The Guardian Bond explains how you found me, but not why you were searching in the first place." Perceptive child. Bellatrix considered her answer carefully. "There's more to the story, a family prophecy that I'll explain when you're ready. But the simplest truth is this: I was once on a dark path, Harry. The same path that led to Voldemort and the destruction he caused. I stepped away from that darkness, but never found my purpose afterward. Finding you, protecting you, it gives my life meaning it lacked before. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Rest now. We have much to do tomorrow. After ensuring Harry was settled comfortably, Bellatrix retreated to her study, pouring herself a measure of fire whiskey. The day's events had unfolded nothing like she'd planned, but she couldn't regret acting so decisively. The boy's living conditions had been intolerable. She sipped her drink, staring at the enchanted map on her wall that showed the location of various magical signatures she tracked. One particular dot glowed in Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. She would need to confront him eventually, but not yet. First, she needed to secure her position as Harry's guardian legally and magically. Another dot hovered over Azkaban prison, Sirius Black. Harry's question had reignited her own doubts about her cousin's guilt. If he was innocent, he was another victim in this tangled web of secrets and manipulation. Bellatrix set down her glass, moving to her desk where a parchment waited. She began writing a letter to her sister Narcissa, coding her message carefully. The starlight has found its home in the blackthorn's shadow. The dog's tail may need re-examination. The chess master moves his pieces, but we play our own game now. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight, Bellatrix Black allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. The star-touched child from the prophecy was under her protection at last. And she would move heaven and earth to keep him safe, from Voldemort's lingering supporters, from the manipulations of Albus Dumbledore, and from anyone else who threatened him. For the first time in years, Bellatrix felt the weight of her solitude lifting. She had found her purpose, her destined charge. And perhaps, in protecting Harry Potter, she would finally find redemption for the darkness of her past. Dawn broke over Blackthorn Cottage, golden light filtering through the enchanted curtains in Harry's room. The fabric was spelled to allow morning light in gradually, mimicking a natural sunrise regardless of weather outside. Harry woke slowly, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar softness of the bed beneath him and the absence of his cupboard's cramped walls. Memory returned in a rush, the witch named Bellatrix, the revelation of magic, his dramatic departure from the Dursleys. He sat up, reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. The room looked even more magnificent in the morning light, the polished wood furniture gleaming, the forest visible through his window like something from a fairy tale. A soft knock at the door preceded Pippi's entrance, the house elf carrying a tray with breakfast. "Good morning, young Master Harry," she squeaked cheerfully. "Mistress said to let you sleep as long as you needed, but to bring breakfast when you woke." The tray contained more food than Harry typically saw in a day at the Dursleys: eggs, sausages, toast, porridge with honey, and a glass of what looked like orange juice but sparkled slightly. "That's pumpkin juice," Pippi explained, seeing his curious glance. "A wizarding favorite. Pippi can bring something else if young master prefers." "No, this is perfect," Harry assured her quickly. "Thank you, Pippi." The elf beamed at him before disappearing with a soft pop. After breakfast, Harry found clothes laid out for him, not the oversized cast-offs from Dudley, but properly sized trousers, a shirt, and a light robe similar to what he'd seen Bellatrix wearing. Transfigured temporarily, Bellatrix explained when he found her in the library downstairs. "Until we can shop for proper clothing." "How did you sleep?" "Better than ever," Harry admitted. "The bed is amazing." "Enchanted for restful sleep," she said with a small smile. "A necessity for those of us who study intensive magic." The library, like the rest of the cottage, seemed larger inside than the exterior suggested. Comfortable reading nooks were nestled between towering bookshelves, and a large oak table dominated the center of the room, currently covered with books, parchments, and curious silver instruments. "Today," Bellatrix began, "we start your proper introduction to magic. But first, I have something for you." She presented Harry with a thin volume bound in red leather, its title embossed in gold, "The Potter Family, a Noble Lineage." "I acquired this years ago for research purposes," she explained. "It contains your family history, achievements, and some photographs. I thought you might like to learn about your heritage." Harry accepted the book with trembling hands. "Thank you," he whispered, opening it to find a moving photograph of a handsome couple, the man with unruly black hair like his own, the woman with startling green eyes that matched Harry's exactly. "Your parents on their wedding day," Bellatrix said softly. Harry stared at the image, drinking in every detail. His father, James, kept glancing adoringly at his mother, who laughed and leaned into him. They looked so happy, so alive. Nothing like the worthless layabouts the Dursleys had described. They loved each other, he observed, his throat tight. Very much. Their romance was famous at Hogwarts. James pursued Lily for years before she finally agreed to date him. He was reportedly quite arrogant in his youth, while she was principled and studious. Many were surprised when they finally came together, but no one who saw them afterward could doubt their devotion. Harry reluctantly closed the book, knowing he could lose himself in it for hours. "I'll read more later." "Of course. It's yours now. But yes, we should begin your lessons." Bellatrix had prepared a structured introduction to magical theory, beginning with the basic principles that govern spellcasting. "Magic," she explained, "is an intrinsic force that flows through magical beings and can be channeled through focused intent. Wands help direct that intent, but the power comes from within you." She demonstrated by casting a simple Lumos spell, illuminating the tip of her wand. The incantation and wand movement are important, but not as important as your will and understanding of the magic's purpose. Throughout the morning, she explained the differences between charms, transfiguration, potions, and other magical disciplines, illustrating each with practical demonstrations that left Harry wide-eyed with wonder. "Can I try something?" he asked eagerly. "Without a wand, your options are limited," Bellatrix replied. "But there are exercises to help you connect with your magical core." She guided him through a meditation technique, instructing him to close his eyes and focus on the sensation of magic within himself, a warmth or tingling that resided somewhere in his center. To her surprise, Harry took to the exercise naturally, describing a warm glow that he could feel spreading through his chest and arms. "Remarkable," she murmured. "Most children your age struggle to sense their magical core so clearly. Try directing that feeling toward your hand, as if you're guiding it with your thoughts." Harry concentrated, his brow furrowed. Slowly, a faint glow appeared around his outstretched palm, not a proper spell, but raw magical energy responding to his will. "Excellent!" Bellatrix exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "You have natural talent, Harry. Once you have a proper wand, channeling your magic will become much easier." They moved from theory to history after lunch, with Bellatrix explaining the founding of Hogwarts and the four houses. Gryffindor values bravery and chivalry, Ravenclaw prizes intelligence and creativity, Hufflepuff esteems loyalty and hard work, and Slytherin favors ambition and cunning, she recited. "Both your parents were in Gryffindor, as were most Potters throughout history." "Were you in Slytherin?" Harry asked, noting how she described the house with particular detail. "Yes," she admitted. "As were most Blacks. My family considered anything else a disappointment. My cousin Sirius was the notorious exception, the first Black sorted into Gryffindor in centuries." "Does the house you're in really matter that much?" Bellatrix considered her answer carefully. "It shouldn't, but unfortunately, it often does. House rivalries, particularly between Slytherin and Gryffindor, run deep. And there are prejudices. Slytherin has produced more dark wizards than any other house, which taints its reputation. But you were in Slytherin, and you're not dark." She gave him a complicated smile. "I walked a darker path once, Harry. I nearly joined Voldemort before seeing the madness in his methods. Being in Slytherin doesn't make one evil, just as being in Gryffindor doesn't guarantee heroism. But the values emphasized in each house do shape the witches and wizards who emerge from them." "What house do you think I'll be in?" Harry asked. "That's for the Sorting Hat to decide when you arrive at Hogwarts. But I suspect you have qualities valued by multiple houses, Gryffindor courage, certainly, but also a quick, clever mind that Ravenclaw would prize. Could I be in Slytherin? The question was hesitant, as if testing her reaction. You could, Bellatrix acknowledged. And if that happens, I would be just as proud of you. What matters isn't the colors you wear at school, but the choices you make and the wizard you become. The afternoon progressed with more lessons, including an introduction to magical creatures and a basic explanation of the various wizarding institutions. By evening, Harry's head was swimming with new information, but his enthusiasm remained undimmed. As they sat in the cottage's cozy sitting room after dinner, Bellatrix outlined her plans for the coming days. Tomorrow, we'll take a carefully planned trip to Diagon Alley, the wizarding shopping district in London. You need a wand, proper clothing, and access to your family vault. We'll need to disguise you, as I mentioned before. How do we do that? Harry asked. A combination of charms to temporarily change your hair color and hide your scar, plus nondescript robes and perhaps different glasses. Nothing too elaborate that might trigger suspicion, but enough that you won't be immediately recognized as Harry Potter. And what about? Harry hesitated. What about when people realize I'm gone from the Dursleys? Bellatrix's expression darkened slightly. I've considered that. Dumbledore likely has monitoring charms of some kind, but they may only alert him if you're in danger or if the blood wards fail catastrophically. Given how weak those wards likely were due to the Dursleys' treatment of you, their collapse might not trigger immediate alarm. But eventually, someone will notice. Yes. And before that happens, we need to establish our position legally. As a member of an ancient and noble house with a magical guardian bond to you, I can invoke certain protections under wizarding law. We'll file the necessary paperwork at the ministry after our Gringotts visit. Will they try to send me back to the Dursleys? Harry asked, a note of fear entering his voice for the first time since their departure. Bellatrix reached across to clasp his hand firmly. No, Harry. I won't allow it. The wizarding world may have forgotten its duty to you, but I haven't. You are under my protection now, and I take that responsibility very seriously. The fierce determination in her voice seemed to reassure him. He yawned, the day's excitement finally catching up to him. Off to bed with you, Bellatrix said gently. Tomorrow will be another full day. After Harry had retired upstairs, Bellatrix returned to her study, reviewing her plans. The visit to Diagon Alley carried risks, but was necessary. Harry needed his own wand, and establishing her guardianship officially required accessing both the Potter Vault and filing paperwork with the ministry. She penned another letter to Narcissa, requesting a private meeting. Her sister's husband, Lucius Malfoy, held significant influence at the ministry that might prove useful, though Bellatrix remained wary of his former Death Eater connections. As she sealed the letter, a soft chime alerted her to a disturbance in the outer wards, not a breach, but someone testing them. She moved swiftly to the detection panel hidden behind a bookshelf, activating the identification charm. The magical signature registered immediately, Albus Dumbledore. Sooner than expected, but not entirely surprising. The old wizard must have ways of monitoring Harry beyond what she'd anticipated. Bellatrix strengthened the cottage's defensive enchantments with a series of complex wand work, adding additional layers of misdirection and concealment. The property was already unplottable and under the Fidelius charm with herself as secret keeper, but Dumbledore was nothing if not resourceful. A more direct confrontation would come, but not tonight. Tonight, Harry Potter slept safely under her roof, beyond the reach of both well-meaning manipulators and outright enemies. And Bellatrix Black intended to keep it that way. Morning found Bellatrix already awake and prepared for their excursion to Diagon Alley. She'd spent part of the night refining their approach, knowing the risks of taking Harry into the wizarding world's busiest shopping district. When Harry joined her for breakfast, she outlined the day's plan. We'll apparate to a secure location near the Leaky Cauldron, she explained. Before we enter, I'll apply the disguise charms. Your cover identity will be my cousin's son, visiting from abroad. Harry nodded eagerly, clearly excited despite the precautions. Will we go to the wizard bank first? Gringotts, yes. The goblins who run it value discretion and care little for wizarding politics. They'll recognize you regardless of disguise, their magic sees through such things, but they won't interfere with a legitimate heir accessing his vault. After breakfast, Bellatrix helped Harry dress in the wizard robes she'd transfigured for him, plain black with no distinguishing features. Stand still, she instructed, drawing her wand. These appearance charms won't hurt, but they might feel strange. She cast in sequence, changing his hair from black to light brown, adjusting his eye color to a nondescript hazel, and carefully concealing his lightning scar. A final charm altered his glasses to a different shape. There, she said, conjuring a mirror for him. Meet James Evans, visiting from America. Harry studied his reflection with fascination. That's brilliant. I don't look anything like myself. The charms will hold for about 6 hours, which should be ample time. Remember, if anyone asks, you're visiting your cousin Bellatrix for the summer while your parents are traveling. James Evans, Harry repeated, practicing an American accent that made Bellatrix wince slightly. Perhaps minimal speaking would be best, she suggested diplomatically. Now, are you ready for your first visit to Diagon Alley? They apparat to a quiet alley near Charing Cross Road. Harry handled the transportation better this time, remaining on his feet despite a slight sway. The Leaky Cauldron is just ahead, Bellatrix explained, guiding him toward a shabby-looking pub that Muggle pedestrians seemed not to notice. It's the entrance to Diagon Alley and a gathering place for the wizarding community. Keep your head down and stay close to me. The interior of the Leaky Cauldron was dimly lit and crowded with an eclectic mix of witches and wizards. A few heads turned as they entered, some expressions darkening at the sight of Bellatrix. The Black family reputation, and her own, clearly preceded her. Madam Black, the barkeeper acknowledged warily. Been some time since you've graced us with your presence. Just passing through, Tom, she replied coolly, keeping a protective hand on Harry's shoulder as she guided him toward the rear exit. In the small courtyard behind the pub, Bellatrix tapped a specific pattern on the brick wall with her wand. Harry watched in awe as the bricks rearranged themselves, forming an archway that revealed a bustling, colorful street beyond. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Bellatrix said, allowing herself a small smile at Harry's wide-eyed wonder. The alley was everything a first glimpse of the wizarding world should be: shops selling cauldrons, telescopes, and exotic ingredients, owls swooping between buildings, witches and wizards in colorful robes examining enchanted displays in windows. Harry tried to look everywhere at once, nearly tripping over his feet. Gringotts first, Bellatrix reminded him gently, directing his attention to the imposing white marble building at the far end of the alley. As they approached, Harry read the warning engraved on the silver doors: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." "They're serious about that warning," Bellatrix murmured as they passed the goblin guards. Gringotts has never been successfully robbed. Inside, the vast marble hall bustled with activity, goblins weighing coins, examining jewels, and assisting witches and wizards at long counters. Bellatrix led Harry directly to a counter with a shorter queue, addressing the goblin in charge with formal precision. "We wish to access the Potter Trust Vault. The heir is present." The goblin peered over his spectacles, his gaze penetrating straight through Harry's disguise. "Key?" "The heir has no key, having never been provided one by his previous guardians," Bellatrix replied smoothly. "We request an inheritance verification and key replacement." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "Very well. Follow me." They were led to a private office where an older goblin waited, surrounded by ancient ledgers and curious instruments. "Inheritance verification requires blood," he stated without preamble. Bellatrix nodded to Harry encouragingly. "Just a small prick on your finger. The goblin's magic will confirm your identity." Harry extended his hand nervously. The goblin pricked his finger with a silver needle, collecting a drop of blood on a piece of parchment. The blood spread, forming words and an intricate family tree. "Harry James Potter, son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, the goblin read. Heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. He looked up at Bellatrix. Your presence here is unexpected, Madam Black. I am acting as Harry's magical guardian, she replied. A position recognized by ancient family magic, if not yet by ministry bureaucracy. The goblin studied her for a moment, then nodded. The bank recognizes inherited magical bonds. A new key will be forged. He turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, do you wish Madam Black to have access to your trust vault? Harry glanced at Bellatrix before answering. Yes, I do. Very well. The goblin made a note in his ledger. Would you also like an accounting of the Potter estate? As heir, you are entitled to basic information, though full control transfers at majority. Yes, please, Harry said more confidently. The goblin summoned a folder with a snap of his fingers. The Potter estate includes the trust vault you may access today, which is replenished annually from the main family vault. The family vault contains gold, investments, heirlooms, and property deeds, including Potter Manor in Devon and cottages in Godric's Hollow and Hogsmeade. Harry looked stunned. I own houses. Indeed. Though the Godric's Hollow cottage was partially destroyed the night of your parents' deaths and has since been preserved as a historical monument. The revelation seemed to affect Harry deeply. Bellatrix placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, offering silent support. The goblin continued, annual statements can be arranged, and we recommend a full inheritance review when you reach 14, as is traditional for heirs to ancient houses. A younger goblin entered, presenting a small golden key to Harry. Your vault key, Mr. Potter. Guard it carefully. With the formalities completed, they were escorted to a cart that would take them deep beneath the bank to Harry's vault. The wild cart ride through the underground tunnels seemed to restore Harry's spirits, his laughter echoing off the cavern walls as they plunged deeper into the earth. When they finally stopped before Vault 687, Harry was breathless with excitement. The goblin inserted the key, and the vault door swung open to reveal mounds of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Galleons, sickles, and nuts, Bellatrix explained, indicating each type of coin. 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. This is your trust vault, meant to cover your expenses until you come of age. Harry stared at the piles of money, clearly struggling to process that it all belonged to him. How much should I take? Enough for your wand, books, clothing, and other necessities, Bellatrix advised, handing him a velvet pouch embroidered with the Black family crest. This is enchanted to be lighter than its contents would suggest. They filled the pouch with a generous selection of coins before returning to the bank's main floor. As they prepared to leave, Bellatrix added one more task. I'd like to access my personal vault as well, she informed their goblin guide. In her own vault, considerably larger than Harry's trust vault, reflecting the Black family wealth, Bellatrix retrieved a small wooden box inlaid with silver constellations. A family heirloom, she explained to Harry's questioning look. Something I've been saving for the right moment. Back in Diagon Alley, their first stop was Ollivander's, the wand-maker's shop that had served Wizarding Britain for centuries. The narrow, dusty store was empty of other customers when they entered, the thousands of narrow boxes lining the walls creating an atmosphere of reverent quiet. Good morning, came a soft voice, startling them both. An old man with wide, pale eyes stepped from between the shelves, his gaze immediately fixing on Harry despite his disguise. I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter. Harry tensed, but Bellatrix remained calm. Mr. Ollivander. Your discretion would be appreciated. The wand-maker nodded slightly. Of course, Madam Black. Cypress with dragon heartstring, 13 inches, unyielding. One of my more powerful creations. I trust it serves you well. Perfectly, Bellatrix replied, unconsciously touching her wand. Ollivander turned his attention to Harry. It seems only yesterday that your mother and father were in here buying their first wands. Your father favored a mahogany wand, excellent for transfiguration. Your mother, on the other hand, preferred a willow wand, particularly suited to charm work. He began taking measurements of Harry's arm, fingers, and even the distance between his eyes, the measuring tape moving on its own while Ollivander selected boxes from the shelves. Every Ollivander wand has a core of powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. No two wands are exactly alike, just as no two wizards are quite the same. The wand chooses the wizard, remember that. He presented the first wand, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible, which produced no reaction when Harry waved it. It was quickly snatched back and replaced with another, then another. The pile of rejected wands grew larger. Rather than becoming frustrated, Ollivander seemed increasingly excited. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match somewhere here. He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a dusty box. An unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. As soon as Harry grasped this wand, a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end, illuminating the dusty shop. Ollivander clapped his hands together, crying, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, very good." Then his expression turned curious. "Curious, very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale gaze. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed hard. "You mean Voldemort had the other one?" "We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes, the other wand. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I had known what that wand was going out into the world to do." A heavy silence filled the shop. Bellatrix placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "I think," she said firmly, "that what matters is not the wand's brother, but the wizard who wields it." Ollivander nodded slowly. "Indeed, Madam Black. I expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." They paid 7 gold galleons for the wand, and left the shop in thoughtful silence. Harry kept glancing at his wand box. "Don't dwell on the connection," Bellatrix advised gently. "Wand lore is complex, and sharing a core component doesn't determine your path." Their next stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Harry was fitted for everyday robes, a winter cloak, and more practical wizard wear. Bellatrix insisted on quality materials, reminding Harry that as the Potter heir, his appearance reflected his family's status. Not out of vanity, she clarified, but because in wizarding society, such things unfortunately matter. Perception often influences reality. While Harry was being fitted, Bellatrix kept a watchful eye on the shop's entrance. They'd been fortunate so far, avoiding anyone who might recognize Harry despite his disguise, but she remained vigilant. After securing his wardrobe, they visited Flourish and Blots, the bookshop where Bellatrix selected a carefully curated collection of texts for Harry's education, beyond the standard Hogwarts curriculum, covering magical theory, defensive magic, wizarding culture, and magical creatures. "Knowledge is power," she told him as he marveled at the towering bookshelves. "The more you understand about our world, the better prepared you'll be to find your place in it." Their final stops included the apothecary for basic potion ingredients, Scribulus for writing supplies, and the magical menagerie, where Bellatrix suggested Harry might want a familiar. "Most wizarding children have an owl, cat, or toad," she explained. Though the Black family traditionally favored ravens. Harry wandered among the cages, drawn to a section of snowy owls. One in particular, a beautiful female with amber eyes, hooted softly when he approached. "She's beautiful," he whispered. "A fine choice," the shopkeeper commented. Intelligent breed, snowy owls. Excellent for post and companionship. The owl was added to their purchases, along with a cage and owl treats. Harry named her Hedwig, after a famous which he'd read about in one of his new history books. Their arms laden with packages, though many had been shrunk by Bellatrix for easier transport, they made one final stop at Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Harry savored his first ever ice cream sundae while Bellatrix kept a discreet watch on their surroundings. There's one more matter we need to address before returning home, she said as Harry finished his treat. We need to file guardianship papers at the Ministry of Magic. It would be best to do so while your identity remains disguised. Will it be difficult? Harry asked. Potentially. The guardianship bond between us provides magical legitimacy, but bureaucracy rarely respects ancient magic without the proper paperwork. Her lips curled slightly. Fortunately, I've prepared for this. The Ministry of Magic was accessed through a visitor's entrance disguised as a telephone booth in Muggle London. Bellatrix guided Harry through the process, and they descended into the vast atrium of Britain's magical government. The space bustled with witches and wizards going about their business beneath a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that constantly moved and changed. At the center stood the Fountain of Magical Brethren, depicting a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf in what Bellatrix quietly informed Harry was a grossly inaccurate representation of actual relationships between these beings. They passed through security, where their wands were registered, and proceeded to the Department of Magical Family Services on Level 2. Bellatrix approached the reception desk with confident authority. I need to file a magical guardianship claim, she stated, presenting documents she'd prepared in advance. The case involves a recognized ancient bond. The witch at the reception desk, middle-aged with tortoiseshell spectacles and a perpetually harried expression, glanced at the documents with initial disinterest that quickly transformed into shock as she read the name. This is regarding Harry Potter, she whispered, looking up with wide eyes. Discretion would be appreciated, Bellatrix said coolly. We're here to ensure proper magical guidance for the boy after discovering concerning conditions with his previous guardians. But this would need approval from the Chief Warlock himself. Dumbledore was the one who arranged his current placement. Which is precisely why we're filing through the department rather than approaching Dumbledore directly, Bellatrix countered. The magical guardian bond supersedes administrative placements according to Wisingamot ruling 1762b regarding ancient family connections. The citation of specific legal precedent seemed to impress the receptionist, who hesitantly nodded. You'll need to speak with Madame Greengrass. She handles special cases in magical guardianship. They were directed to an office at the end of the corridor, where a stern-looking witch with silver-streaked black hair awaited them. Unlike the receptionist, Madame Greengrass showed no surprise at their arrival. Bellatrix Black, she acknowledged. I suspected I might be seeing you when the Magical Guardian Bond Registry recorded an activation 2 days ago. The Ministry monitors such ancient magics. Bellatrix inclined her head. Madame Greengrass. Then you understand why we're here. Indeed. The older witch turned her attention to Harry, seeing through his disguise with practiced ease. Mr. Potter. How are you finding the wizarding world so far? It's amazing, Harry answered honestly. And Bellatrix has been teaching me about magic and my family. I see. Madame Greengrass studied him thoughtfully. And your previous living situation? With your Muggle relatives? Harry's expression clouded. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs. Called me freak. Never told me about magic or my parents. The straightforward statement, delivered without self-pity, seemed to affect Madame Greengrass more than elaborate complaints might have. I see, she repeated, more grimly. That is indeed concerning, particularly for the heir to an ancient and noble house. She turned back to Bellatrix. You understand that this filing will almost certainly trigger an inquiry. Albus Dumbledore placed the boy with those Muggles for specific reasons. Reasons that clearly didn't include the child's well-being, Bellatrix responded sharply. Whatever protection Dumbledore believed existed there was compromised by the abusive environment. No blood ward functions properly when the child is treated as an unwelcome burden. Madame Greengrass nodded slowly. You've done your research. And the guardian bond provides a legitimate magical basis for your claim. She began reviewing the documents Bellatrix had provided. This seems to be in order. The bond has registered in our records, and the evidence of neglect provides sufficient cause for guardianship transfer under wizarding law. She stamped several pages with an official seal. I'm approving the provisional magical guardianship, effective immediately. A full hearing will be scheduled within 30 days, but until then, Mr. Potter remains in your care, Madam Black. I suggest you prepare thoroughly for the hearing. Dumbledore will certainly contest this. I'm counting on it, Bellatrix replied with a thin smile. Thank you, Madame Greengrass. As they left the ministry, Harry asked, what happens at the hearing? We present our case formally, the neglect you suffered, the guardian bond between us, and your improved circumstances. Dumbledore will likely argue that the blood protection from your mother's sacrifice necessitated your placement with blood relatives. But you said those protections weren't working properly anyway. Precisely. And we'll demonstrate that. Meanwhile, the provisional guardianship gives us time to strengthen our position. She glanced down at him. Are you worried? Harry considered this. A little. Not about staying with you, that's brilliant. But about people trying to send me back to the Dursleys. That won't happen, Harry, Bellatrix promised fiercely. Even if our case faced complications, there are other options within wizarding families that would be explored before returning you to proven neglect. But I don't intend to let matters get that far. You're under my protection now, and I take that responsibility very seriously. They returned to Blackthorn Cottage laden with purchases and the precious guardianship papers. Pippi greeted them enthusiastically, cooing over Harry's new owl and immediately setting about organizing his new possessions. That evening, after dinner, Bellatrix presented Harry with the wooden box she'd retrieved from her vault. This seems an appropriate moment for this, she said, placing it before him on the library table. It's traditionally given when a guardian bond is officially recognized. Harry opened the box carefully. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a silver pendant on a fine chain. The pendant was shaped like a star with a small black stone at its center. This has been in the Black family for generations, Bellatrix explained. It's given to those under our protection, usually family members, but occasionally those connected through guardian bonds like ours. The stone is a black diamond, enchanted with protective spells. She lifted the pendant from the box. It won't make you invincible, but it provides certain protections. It warns when danger is near and strengthens shield charms cast around you. Most importantly, it allows me to find you if we're separated. Harry bowed his head, allowing Bellatrix to place the chain around his neck. The pendant felt warm against his skin, as if recognizing him. Thank you, he said softly. No one's ever given me anything like this before. Get used to it, Bellatrix replied with a rare, warm smile. You're the Potter heir and my ward now. Your days of second-hand clothes and cupboards under stairs are over. Harry fingered the pendant thoughtfully. The Dursleys always acted like I was a burden, like they were doing me a favor just by letting me exist in their house. Why would you want to take care of me? Even with this guardian bond thing? Bellatrix considered him for a long moment before responding. The bond created the initial connection, yes. But bonds don't create feelings, Harry, they merely highlight connections that might otherwise remain undiscovered. She sat beside him. The truth is, I was lost for many years. I turned away from the dark path my family expected me to follow, but never quite found my purpose afterward. When I found you, neglected, your potential ignored, I recognized something of myself in you. A child with great power, pushed aside by those who should have nurtured you. Her expression softened. Taking you in wasn't a burden or a duty, Harry. It was finding a piece of myself I didn't know was missing. Harry's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Without warning, he leaned forward and hugged Bellatrix tightly, the first time he had initiated such contact. After a moment of surprise, she returned the embrace, something long frozen within her continuing to thaw. For years, Bellatrix Black had walked alone between worlds, neither embracing the dark legacy of her family nor finding acceptance among those who fought against it. In this unexpected child, the boy who lived, the star-touched child of prophecy, she had finally found her place. And Harry Potter, after years of neglect and loneliness, had found someone who chose him, who wanted him, who would fight to protect him. Neither knew exactly what challenges lay ahead, from Dumbledore, from the remnants of Voldemort's followers, from the wizarding world that would soon discover their unlikely alliance. But in that moment, in the warm library of Blackthorn Cottage, Guardian and Ward forged a bond stronger than prophecy or magic alone could create. A family of choice, preparing to face whatever came next, together. Chapter 2, Blood and Magic. The day after their Diagon Alley excursion, Harry woke to golden sunlight streaming through his bedroom windows. For a moment, he simply lay there, luxuriating in the soft bedding and spacious room, still half expecting to open his eyes and find himself back in the cupboard under the stairs. His fingers found the star pendant Bellatrix had given him, warm against his skin. He traced its edges, marveling at how much his life had changed in just a few days. A soft knock at the door preceded Pippi's entrance, the house elf balancing a breakfast tray. "Good morning, young Master Harry. Mistress says you may take breakfast in your room today if you wish, as yesterday was quite eventful." Harry sat up eagerly. "Thanks, Pippi, but I'd rather eat with Bellatrix if she's not busy." The elf beamed. "Mistress is in the garden pavilion. She says the morning is too fine to waste indoors." After dressing in some of his new clothes, simple but well-made trousers and a light blue button-down shirt that actually fit him, Harry made his way downstairs and through the cottage's rear doors to the garden beyond. The pavilion turned out to be an elegant structure of white stone and glass, surrounded by blooming roses and herbs. Inside, Bellatrix sat reading the morning paper, a pot of tea steaming beside her. "Good morning, Harry," she said, folding the newspaper as he approached. "I trust you slept well." "Better than ever," he replied honestly, taking the seat across from her. "Is that a wizard newspaper?" "The Daily Prophet. Not particularly reliable journalism, but it provides a sense of what the wizarding public is discussing." She poured him tea, adding, "No reports yet about your change of residence, which gives us valuable time to prepare." Harry buttered a piece of toast. "What will happen when they do find out?" "Quite the commotion, I expect." Bellatrix sipped her tea thoughtfully. "Dumbledore will likely be the first to act. The fact that he hasn't appeared on our doorstep suggests he hasn't yet discovered you're missing from Privet Drive. How could he not know? If he's as powerful as you said, power and omniscience are different things, thankfully." A wry smile touched her lips. "I suspect he has monitoring charms rather than continuous surveillance. The blood wards were likely his primary security measure." She set her cup down with purpose. "Today we begin your proper magical education. After breakfast, we'll start with basic wand work in the training room." Harry nearly choked on his toast. "I get to use my wand already?" "Of course. The Ministry's trace doesn't activate until you officially enter the Hogwarts registry at 11. Until then, magic performed in a wizarding household is effectively untraceable, a loophole that pureblood families have exploited for generations to give their children a head start." His eyes lit up. "So I can learn spells 2 years early?" "Precisely. While I don't agree with many pureblood traditions, this particular advantage is one I'm happy to extend to you. The more prepared you are before Hogwarts, the better." After breakfast, Bellatrix led Harry to a room he hadn't seen during his initial tour, a spacious chamber on the cottage's east side, with high ceilings, padded floors, and walls lined with curious instruments and practice dummies. "My training room," she explained. "I established it during the war, when learning to defend myself became necessary. Harry stood in the center, turning slowly to take it all in. It's brilliant. It will serve our purposes well. Bellatrix drew her wand. Take out your wand, Harry. Today you'll learn your first intentional spell. With reverent care, Harry removed his wand from its box. The holly felt warm and responsive in his hand, as if greeting an old friend. The first spell most wizarding children learn is Lumos, the light charm. Simple but practical. Bellatrix demonstrated with her own wand, its tip illuminating with a soft glow. The incantation is Lumos. The wand work is minimal, a slight upward flick. But remember, the movement and words are merely focus tools. Your intent drives the magic. Harry gripped his wand, concentrating. Lumos, he said clearly, flicking his wand upward. The tip glowed immediately, not the gentle illumination of Bellatrix's controlled spell, but a brilliant flare that briefly lit the entire room. Impressive power, Bellatrix commented, raising an eyebrow. Though control will need work. Try again, but imagine a softer light, like a candle rather than a searchlight. Harry tried several more times, gradually managing to moderate the spell's intensity. By his fifth attempt, he produced a steady, suitable glow. Excellent, Bellatrix praised. To extinguish the light, say Nox with a downward flick. Nox, Harry said, and the light obediently vanished. They spent the morning on basic spells. After Lumos and Nox, Bellatrix introduced him to simple levitation with Wingardium Leviosa, demonstrating on a feather before allowing Harry to try. His first attempt sent the feather rocketing to the ceiling with such force it embedded itself in the plaster. Enthusiasm over precision, Bellatrix noted dryly. A common beginning. Again, but gentler. By lunchtime, Harry could reliably levitate objects with reasonable control, though his power output remained higher than average for his age. They also practiced the basic wand lighting charm and a simple color-changing charm that Harry mastered quickly. Over lunch in the cottage's sunlit dining room, Bellatrix explained the theory behind what they'd practiced. Magic responds to intent and emotion, she said. Your unusual power levels likely stem from your innate magical strength combined with years of suppressed emotion at the Dursleys. As you learn control, channeling that power will become more precise. Is it good to be powerful? Harry asked between bites of chicken salad. Bellatrix considered her answer carefully. Power itself is neither good nor evil, it simply is. Like a river, it can nourish or destroy depending on how it's directed. What matters is the wisdom with which you wield it. In the afternoon, they moved from practical spellwork to magical theory. Bellatrix introduced Harry to the fundamental principles that govern transfiguration, one of the most complex branches of magic. Transfiguration requires understanding the essential nature of what you're transforming, she explained, demonstrating by turning a matchstick into a needle. The molecular structure, the purpose, the form. It's not enough to imagine the outward appearance changing. Harry listened attentively, fascinated by the depth of knowledge behind seemingly simple magical acts. We'll begin your actual transfiguration practice tomorrow, Bellatrix concluded. For now, I'd like you to read the first chapter of Beginning Transfiguration before dinner. As the afternoon waned, Bellatrix suggested a walk around the property's boundaries, partly for Harry to familiarize himself with his new home, partly to explain the protective enchantments that surrounded them. The cottage sits at the center of approximately 5 acres, she explained as they followed a winding path through dappled woods. The outer perimeter is warded against intruders, though certain individuals may be granted access if I choose. Like a magical fence. More comprehensive. The wards detect intent as well as physical presence. Someone meaning harm would find it impossible to enter, while a lost hiker might simply feel an urge to turn around and walk elsewhere. They reached a small clearing where a stream bubbled over moss-covered rocks. Bellatrix gestured to seemingly empty air. Here's the property's eastern boundary. Watch. She picked up a stone and tossed it forward. As it crossed an invisible line, the stone briefly glowed blue before continuing its arc, the wards recognize objects from the property and allow them passage, though they prevent exit of anything or anyone magically bound to remain within. Am I bound to stay inside? Harry asked, suddenly concerned. Certainly not, Bellatrix replied firmly. You're my ward, not my prisoner. The binding enchantments are for magical artifacts that shouldn't leave protected space. You're free to come and go with my accompaniment, though I'd ask that you not wander beyond the boundaries alone until you're more familiar with magical threats. They continued their circuit, Bellatrix pointing out features of the property, the herb garden where she grew potion ingredients, the small orchard of magical fruit trees, and a clearing suitable for broom flight practice. You mentioned Quidditch before, Harry said eagerly. Will I learn to fly a broom? Indeed. I have an old clean sweep you can practice on. Flying is one wizarding skill I suspect you'll take to naturally. Your father was an exceptional Quidditch player at Hogwarts. As they neared the cottage again, Harry asked the question that had been forming throughout the day. Bellatrix? You mentioned a family prophecy about me. What exactly does it say? She slowed her pace, considering him thoughtfully. I wondered when you'd ask about that. Let's discuss it properly after dinner. It's a complex matter that deserves our full attention. That evening after a hearty meal, they settled in the library before a crackling fire. Bellatrix retrieved an ancient-looking book bound in midnight blue leather with silver constellations embossed on its cover. The Black Family Grimoire, or one of them, she explained. This particular volume contains family prophecies recorded over centuries. She turned carefully to a page marked with a silver ribbon. This prophecy was made by my great-grandmother, Cassiopeia Black, who possessed the sight. It's been interpreted differently by each generation, but when I saw you at the Dursleys, I understood its meaning immediately. She read in a clear voice, when darkness wanes but does not die, a child marked by stars shall rise, neither light nor dark but balance born, to mend what ancient feuds have torn. A guardian of black shall know the sign, when silver threads of fate entwine, through blood and magic, bond and will, the ancient promise to fulfill. Together they shall walk between the worlds that were and might have been, for in their hands the power lies to change the course when darkness flies. Harry listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. And you think I'm that a child marked by stars? Because of my scar. The scar is part of it, shaped like lightning, like a fallen star. But more importantly, you were born as the 7th month died under the dog star, Sirius, significant in both astronomy and Black family tradition. And you survived the killing curse, something that should be impossible. What does it mean about neither light nor dark? Bellatrix set the book aside. That's where interpretations differ. My family traditionally believed it referred to a powerful dark wizard who would elevate the Black name. I believe it speaks of balance, someone who understands both sides of magic without being consumed by either. And you're the guardian of Black. The silver threads mentioned in the prophecy manifested when we met, the guardian bond one showed you. It's an ancient magic that awakens when the right combination of bloodlines, need, and destiny align. She smiled slightly. Prophecies are notoriously ambiguous, but our connection is unmistakable. Harry considered this. So, I'm supposed to change the course when darkness flies? What does that mean? I believe it refers to Voldemort's inevitable return. Harry's eyes widened. Return? But you said he was destroyed when he tried to kill me. Weakened, not destroyed, Bellatrix corrected grimly. There are magical means by which a powerful dark wizard might anchor themselves to life. Voldemort was obsessed with immortality. I suspect he employed such methods. So he's still out there. Trying to come back. In some form. Which is why your preparation is so important, Harry. Not because a prophecy dictates your fate, but because regardless of prophecies, you will be a target when he returns. Harry absorbed this sobering information. The Dursleys kept me ignorant. They never told me anything about magic or my parents or any of this. A disservice that nearly proved catastrophic, Bellatrix agreed. Knowledge is power, Harry. The more you understand about your heritage, your abilities, and the forces aligned both with and against you, the better prepared you'll be. Will you teach me everything I need to know? He asked earnestly. Everything within my power, she promised. But remember, prophecies suggest possibilities, not certainties. Your choices remain your own. Harry fingered the star pendant around his neck. I choose to learn. I choose to be prepared. Bellatrix nodded approvingly. Then we continue your education tomorrow. For now, rest. Magic drains energy, especially when newly practiced. The next morning, Harry awoke to the sound of raised voices coming from downstairs. He dressed quickly and crept toward the staircase, where he could make out Bellatrix's sharp tones and an older man's calmer but insistent responses. Unacceptable interference, Dumbledore. The boy was neglected, undernourished, and kept ignorant of his heritage. The blood protection was essential, Bellatrix. You of all people should understand. I understand that abuse negates any protective benefit of blood wards. They require love, care, a sense of home. Harry had none of that at Privet Drive. Harry inched down the stairs until he could see into the sitting room. Bellatrix stood rigid with anger, facing a tall, elderly wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Despite his age, he radiated a palpable sense of power. Albus Dumbledore, Harry realized. The headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry's well-being is my primary concern, Dumbledore said soothingly. If conditions at his relative's home were as you describe, alternative arrangements can be discussed. But removing him without consultation, I consulted the proper authorities, Bellatrix cut in. The ministry has granted me provisional guardianship based on the ancient guardian bond and evidence of neglect. A technicality you've exploited, a legitimate magical connection the ministry recognized. The hearing is scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Until then, Harry remains under my protection. Harry decided to make his presence known. He descended the remaining stairs and stepped into the sitting room. Both adults turned to look at him, their argument halting abruptly. Harry, Dumbledore said warmly, his blue eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. How good to see you looking well. I am Albus Dumbledore. I know who you are, sir, Harry replied carefully. You're the headmaster at Hogwarts. And the person who left me with the Dursleys. Something like regret flickered across Dumbledore's features. I had my reasons, Harry, though I am distressed to hear they were not treating you properly. They kept me in a cupboard, Harry said flatly. Called me freak. Never told me about magic or my parents. Dumbledore's expression sobered. That is indeed troubling, and not what I had intended. May I ask how you find your current situation? Harry moved to stand beside Bellatrix. It's brilliant. Bellatrix is teaching me about magic and my family. I have proper clothes, enough food, and my own room. She answers my questions instead of punishing me for asking. Bellatrix placed a protective hand on his shoulder. As you can see, Dumbledore, the boy is well cared for. Whatever your intentions in placing him with those muggles, the result was years of neglect. I've given him what you failed to provide, knowledge of his heritage and proper care befitting his status. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I see. Harry, would you mind giving Madame Black and me a moment to speak privately? Anything you wish to say can be said in front of Harry, Bellatrix replied before Harry could answer. He deserves transparency after years of secrets. The headmaster sighed. Very well. My concern, Bellatrix, is not merely about Harry's physical well-being, but his safety. Voldemort's followers still exist, some free and influential. Your own history. With certain dark elements raises questions about my suitability. Bellatrix's voice was dangerous. Let's speak plainly, Dumbledore. You're concerned that I once moved in circles adjacent to Death Eaters, despite the fact that I refused the mark and actively opposed Voldemort in the final years of the war. Your family connections are irrelevant. I rejected my family's dark allegiances years ago, as you well know. I've proven my position repeatedly. Harry looked between them, confused. What's a Death Eater? Voldemort's followers, Bellatrix explained, her eyes still fixed on Dumbledore. They called themselves Death Eaters and bore his mark on their forearms. My sister's husband was one, as were many from traditionally dark families. I was approached, but refused. At considerable personal risk, Dumbledore acknowledged. A choice I've always respected, Bellatrix. But you must understand my caution regarding Harry's guardianship. Your caution didn't extend to checking on him for 9 years, she retorted. The guardian bond between us is legitimate magic, older than Hogwarts itself. The Ministry has recognized it. Harry is safe, protected, and finally learning what he needs to know. Dumbledore turned to Harry. May I ask, Harry, if you are happy with this arrangement? Do you wish to remain with Madame Black? Yes, Harry said without hesitation. She's the first person who's ever wanted me. Something in his simple statement seemed to affect Dumbledore deeply. The old wizard's shoulders sagged slightly. I see I have much to reconsider, he said finally. It appears I made errors in judgment regarding your placement, Harry, for which I apologize. If you are indeed happy and well cared for here. He is, Bellatrix stated firmly. Then I will not contest the provisional guardianship, though I reserve the right to monitor the situation. Through proper channels, Bellatrix stipulated. No unauthorized surveillance or interference. Dumbledore inclined his head. Agreed. However, I would request regular updates on Harry's well-being and education. And I would like to discuss certain security measures that might benefit you both. Some of the tension left Bellatrix's posture. That would be acceptable. Harry's safety is my primary concern. Then we find ourselves aligned in purpose, if not in method. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. I am truly sorry for any suffering you experienced at the Dursleys, Harry. It was never my intention. Then why did you leave me there? Harry asked directly. And why did no one ever check on me? Valid questions deserving honest answers. Dumbledore sighed. After your parents' deaths, you needed protection from Voldemort's followers who remained at large. The blood connection to your mother's sister enabled ancient protective magic I believed would keep you safe until you came of age. But it didn't work properly, Harry pointed out. Bellatrix explained that blood wards need, what was it? Love, care, a sense of home, Bellatrix supplied. None of which the Dursleys provided. A critical oversight on my part, Dumbledore admitted. As for why no one checked on you, I had appointed someone to monitor your situation, but it seems their reports were less than accurate. Arabella Figg, Bellatrix guessed. The squib neighbor. Did she ever actually enter the house? See how Harry was treated? Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. I thought not, Bellatrix said coldly. Surface observations without substance. Meanwhile, the boy who lived slept in a cupboard and wore rags. Harry, sensing the tension rising again, interjected, It doesn't matter now. I'm here, I'm learning magic, and I'm happy. That's what's important, right? Both adults looked at him with something like surprise. Indeed, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Most wise. He turned to Bellatrix. I would still like to discuss those security measures, if you're amenable. While your wards here are impressive, additional protections might be prudent. Bellatrix nodded curtly. Harry, would you mind practicing your reading in the library while the headmaster and I speak? The chapter on defensive magical theory we discussed yesterday. Understanding this was adult business, Harry agreed readily. As he left the room, he heard Dumbledore say, Remarkable boy. James's courage and Lily's compassion, clearly. In the library, Harry tried to focus on his reading, but his mind kept returning to the conversation he'd witnessed. Bellatrix had stood up to Dumbledore, arguably the most powerful wizard alive, on his behalf. She'd fought for him, defended him, prioritized him. It was a novel experience, having someone in his corner. Nearly an hour passed before Bellatrix joined him, her expression thoughtful but no longer angry. "Is everything okay?" Harry asked anxiously. "He's not going to take me away, is he?" "No," she assured him. "Quite the opposite. Dumbledore has agreed not to contest our guardianship arrangement, provided certain security protocols are implemented and your education proceeds appropriately." "What kind of security?" "Additional wards keyed to alert both myself and Dumbledore if anyone with harmful intent approaches the property. Emergency port keys to safe locations. Standard protective measures." She sat beside him. "He's also granted me access to certain Potter family heirlooms that were in his possession, including your father's invisibility cloak." "My father had an invisibility cloak?" Harry's eyes widened. "An exceptional one, apparently. It will be delivered later this week." She studied him. "How are you feeling about all this, Harry?" "It's a lot to process." Harry considered her question. "Confused, mostly. Why would Dumbledore care so much about where I live if he never checked on me before?" "A complex question," Bellatrix replied. "Dumbledore tends to operate according to long-term plans and greater goods, sometimes at the expense of individual welfare. I believe he genuinely wants you safe, but his concept of safety differs from mine." "What do you mean?" "Dumbledore prioritized physical protection from external threats, Death Eaters, Dark Wizards. I believe safety includes proper care, education, and preparation." She leaned forward. "I want you protected not just from others, Harry, but prepared to protect yourself when necessary." Harry nodded slowly. "I want that too. I don't want to be ignorant anymore." "Then we continue as planned. Dumbledore's involvement changes nothing about your education schedule." She smiled slightly. "Though his reluctant blessing does simplify certain legal matters." The next weeks fell into a comfortable rhythm. Each morning after breakfast, Harry and Bellatrix worked on practical magic in the training room, starting with simple charms and gradually introducing basic transfiguration and defensive spells. Harry proved a quick study, particularly in defense against the dark arts. His power levels remained unusually high, sometimes resulting in spectacular mishaps, like the time his incendio charm set not just the target candle but the entire practice table ablaze, but his control improved steadily under Bellatrix's patient guidance. Intent and precision, she reminded him often. Magic responds to both. Afternoons were typically devoted to theory, history, and the cultural knowledge Harry would need to navigate wizarding society. Bellatrix proved a demanding but fair teacher, pushing him when he needed challenge but recognizing when concepts required additional explanation. The wizarding world operates according to traditions and unspoken rules that Muggle-raised children aren't taught, she explained one afternoon as they reviewed proper formal greetings for various magical beings. This puts them at an immediate disadvantage when they enter our society. Like not knowing to bow to a goblin. Precisely. Or understanding the significance of family alliances, magical debts, or proper wand etiquette. She nodded approvingly at his quick grasp of concepts. These matters might seem trivial, but they can significantly impact how others perceive and receive you. True to his word, Dumbledore sent James Potter's invisibility cloak, a fluid, silvery garment unlike anything Harry had ever seen. The accompanying note explained that it had been in Dumbledore's possession for safekeeping and was now rightfully returned to Harry. "This is extraordinary," Bellatrix murmured, examining the cloak. "Most invisibility cloaks fade or deteriorate after a few years. This one has apparently been in your family for generations." Harry draped it over his shoulders, looking down in amazement as his body disappeared. "It's brilliant. I can see why my dad would have loved this. James Potter and his friends reportedly used it for various school mischief, Bellatrix said with a small smile. Though I trust you'll find more productive uses for it. The guardianship hearing at the ministry approached rapidly. 3 days before the scheduled date, Bellatrix intensified Harry's coaching on wizarding legal proceedings. You'll need to testify about your treatment at the Dursleys, she explained as they sat in the library reviewing protocol. Be honest but concise. Answer the questions directly without volunteering additional information unless asked. Will Dumbledore be there? Harry asked nervously. Yes, though he's agreed not to formally oppose the guardianship. He may, however, suggest amendments to the arrangement. She hesitated before adding, your relatives have been summoned as well. The Dursleys? At the Ministry of Magic? Harry couldn't imagine Uncle Vernon setting foot in a place so freakish by his standards. Compelled attendance for guardianship cases involving Muggle relations. Though they'll likely be uncooperative at best. Harry fidgeted with his wand, which he'd taken to carrying in a wrist holster Bellatrix had given him. What if they try to make me go back? They won't succeed, Bellatrix assured him firmly. The evidence of neglect is clear, and the guardian bond provides a legitimate magical alternative. Additionally, she paused, seeming to debate whether to share something. We have allies in influential positions. What do you mean? My sister Narcissa is married to Lucius Malfoy, who sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and has the minister's ear. While I don't agree with many of Lucius's politics or past associations, family connections can be useful in navigating bureaucracy. Harry had heard about the Malfoys during his lessons on wizarding families but hadn't realized Bellatrix was connected to them. Your sister's married to a Death Eater. Bellatrix's expression tightened. Former Death Eater who claimed imperious coercion after Voldemort's fall. Whether that claim is legitimate remains debatable. But Narcissa herself never took the mark, and she's indicated her support for our guardianship arrangement. You're still in contact with her? Even though her husband was on Voldemort's side? Family relationships in the wizarding world are complex, Harry. I rejected my family's dark leanings but maintained connections where possible, particularly with Narcissa, who always walked a more neutral path than our eldest sister Andromeda or I. You have another sister? Andromeda, yes. She married a Muggle-born, Ted Tonks, and was disowned by our parents. We've had limited contact over the years, though I've been considering reaching out to her now that our family circumstances have evolved. Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. So your family was split, one sister married a Death Eater, one married a Muggle-born, and you chose my own path, rejecting both extremes. Bellatrix smiled wryly. The Black family motto is toujours pur, always pure. I've reinterpreted it to mean purity of intent rather than blood. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp chime from the cottage's ward detection system. Bellatrix was immediately alert, moving swiftly to the monitoring panel in the hallway. Ministry officials, she reported, frowning. 3 of them, approaching the main gate. The hearing isn't scheduled until Friday, this is irregular. Could Dumbledore have changed the date? Harry asked, following her to the front windows. Unlikely without notification. Her expression was suspicious as she observed 3 figures in official-looking robes walking up the path. Stay behind me, Harry. And keep your wand ready. The doorbell rang, a melodious chime echoing through the cottage. Bellatrix opened the door partway, her own wand visible but not raised. Good afternoon, said the lead figure, a balding wizard with an officious manner. Bellatrix Black. I'm Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. I believe you're expecting us. I was expecting nothing of the sort, Minister, Bellatrix replied coolly. The guardianship hearing is scheduled for Friday. Ah, yes, well, circumstances have necessitated we move the proceedings forward, Fudge said, smiling insincerely. May we come in? I assure you, this is all perfectly standard. Bellatrix's posture remained guarded. I find that difficult to believe, Minister. Rescheduling a formal hearing without notice and conducting it in a private residence rather than ministry chambers is hardly standard protocol. The wizard to Fudge's left, a square-jawed man with cold eyes, stepped forward. Perhaps we should dispense with the pretense, Minister. Miss Black, we're here to remove the Potter boy from your custody on suspicion of coercion and unauthorized magical guardianship. Harry felt his heart sink, but Bellatrix remained composed. On whose authority, beyond the minister's rather convenient intervention? The guardian bond has been verified by the Department of Magical Family Services, and provisional custody legally granted. New evidence has emerged, the third official began. I rather doubt that, came a silky voice from behind the ministry group. Lucius Malfoy appeared at the garden gate, immaculate in expensive robes and carrying a silver-topped cane. Minister, what a surprise to find you conducting official business without the knowledge of the Wisengamot Family Affairs Committee, on which I sit. Fudge paled visibly. Lucius. I wasn't aware you were, that is to say, we received concerning reports. Did you? Malfoy raised an elegant eyebrow. How fascinating, given that I reviewed all pending family cases just this morning, and found the Potter guardianship proceeding exactly on schedule for Friday. He approached the door smoothly. I wonder who might have suggested this rather irregular intervention. The square-jawed wizard muttered something that sounded suspiciously like Dumbledore, though he quickly fell silent at Fudge's alarmed glance. Perhaps, Malfoy continued, the minister would prefer to avoid the embarrassment of explaining to the Wisengamot why proper legal procedures were circumvented? I imagine the press would find such a story compelling. The threat was velvet-covered but unmistakable. Fudge tugged at his collar nervously. A simple misunderstanding, I'm sure, he blustered. Administrative error. The hearing will proceed as originally scheduled on Friday, of course. We'll just be on our way. As the ministry officials retreated, Malfoy remained. Up close, Harry could see the family resemblance between him and Bellatrix, the same aristocratic features, though Malfoy's white blonde hair contrasted sharply with her dark curls. Narcissa sends her regards, Malfoy said smoothly. When she mentioned the hearing date, I found myself curious about certain ministry movements today. Fortunate timing, Lucius, Bellatrix acknowledged, though her tone remained guarded. Though I wonder at your interest in my affairs. Family, my dear sister-in-law. His pale eyes shifted to Harry, assessing. And perhaps recognition that some matters transcend old disagreements. For the first time, he addressed Harry directly. Mr. Potter. A pleasure to finally meet you. My son, Draco, will be in your year at Hogwarts. I trust you're finding the wizarding world more agreeable than your previous arrangements. Yes, sir, Harry replied cautiously, uncertain how to respond to this smooth, dangerous-seeming man who had nevertheless just helped them. Excellent. Malfoy turned back to Bellatrix. I've taken the liberty of ensuring Friday's proceedings will be overseen by Amelia Bones, a stickler for procedure and fairness. Should minimize any creative interpretations of guardianship law. Bellatrix nodded. My thanks, Lucius. Please convey my appreciation to Narcissa as well. Of course. With a slight bow, Malfoy departed, his expensive robes billowing behind him. When he was gone, Harry released the breath he'd been holding. Was that good? Him helping us? Bellatrix closed the door, her expression thoughtful. Conditionally good. Lucius Malfoy never acts without purpose. His intervention benefits us now, but likely serves his own agenda in some way. What would he want? Influence, perhaps. Access to you as a potential ally for his son. Leverage against Dumbledore, whom he opposes on the Hogwarts board. She moved back to the sitting room. Lucius was indeed a Death Eater, regardless of his claims of coercion. But he's also a pragmatist who recognizes changing winds. And we should trust him. Trust is too strong a word. Cautiously accept his assistance when it aligns with our interests would be more accurate. She smiled slightly at Harry's worried expression. Welcome to wizarding politics, Harry. You'll find many situations aren't simply good versus evil, but complex webs of alliance, obligation, and opportunity. Harry considered this. So Dumbledore tried to take me away without a proper hearing? So it appears, Bellatrix said grimly. Which suggests he's more concerned about our arrangement than he indicated during his visit. But why? I'm happy here. I'm learning magic. I'm not being kept in a cupboard or starved. Dumbledore plays a long game, Harry. He likely has plans for you that my guardianship disrupts. She sighed. We've gained a temporary advantage, but Friday's hearing remains crucial. The next 2 days passed in tense preparation. Bellatrix coached Harry thoroughly on what to expect during the hearing, while simultaneously strengthening the cottage's wards against further unexpected visitors. On Friday morning, Harry dressed in formal wizarding robes that Bellatrix had purchased specifically for the occasion, deep green with subtle gold accents that complemented his eyes without being ostentatious. Remember, Bellatrix instructed as she adjusted his collar, speak clearly, address the panel as Madam or Sir according to gender, and answer only what's asked. If you're uncertain, look to me before responding. Harry nodded nervously, his stomach churning. Will the Dursleys really be there? They've been summoned. Whether they actually appear remains to be seen. She straightened his robes one final time. Regardless, you need only tell the truth about your experiences there. They traveled to the Ministry via Fleur network, Harry's first experience with this particular wizarding transportation method. Despite Bellatrix's careful instructions to speak clearly, step out confidently, and keep your elbows tucked, he emerged from the Ministry's grand fireplace in an undignified sprawl. Takes practice, Bellatrix commented, helping him up and discreetly cleaning the soot from his robes with a flick of her wand. The Ministry's atrium bustled with morning activity. Witches and wizards hurried to their departments, memos flew overhead in the form of paper airplanes, and the fountain of magical brethren gurgled in the center of the vast space. Bellatrix guided Harry to the security desk, where their wands were registered before they proceeded to the lifts. As they waited, Harry noticed people staring and whispering, some pointing discreetly at his forehead. They recognize me, he murmured uneasily. Inevitable, Bellatrix replied quietly. The hearing was meant to be private, but word spreads quickly in the Ministry. Keep your head high and ignore the attention. The lift descended to level 2, where they made their way to a formal hearing room in the Department of Magical Family Services. Outside the polished oak doors, they found an unexpected welcoming committee, Albus Dumbledore in resplendent purple robes, conversing with a severe-looking witch in ministry attire. Ah, Harry, Madam Black, Dumbledore greeted them warmly. Prompt as expected. May I introduce Madam Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who will be overseeing today's proceedings. Madam Bones extended her hand to Bellatrix first, then Harry. Mr. Potter, a pleasure to meet you at last. My niece Susan speaks very highly of you. Harry, who had never met anyone named Susan to his knowledge, looked confused. Susan is in your year at Hogwarts, Madam Bones explained with a small smile. Though I suppose you haven't had the chance to meet your future classmates yet. The hearing will commence shortly, Dumbledore informed them. I must caution you, Harry, that your relatives have indeed arrived, though they seem less than pleased to be here. As if on cue, a door further down the corridor opened, and the Dursleys emerged escorted by a harried-looking ministry official. Uncle Vernon's face was an alarming shade of purple, Aunt Petunia looked as though she'd smelled something particularly foul, and Dudley huddled behind them, clutching his bottom as if afraid it might sprout another pig's tail. You! Vernon bellowed upon seeing Harry. This is all you're doing, boy. Dragged away from my home by freaks. Several nearby ministry workers turned to stare. Madam Bones straightened, her monocle flashing. Mr. Dursley, she said crisply, I advise you to moderate your tone and language. You are here for a formal legal proceeding regarding your nephew's guardianship. Outbursts will not be tolerated in my hearing room. Vernon subsided slightly, though his mustache continued to twitch alarmingly. Petunia's gaze darted between Harry and Bellatrix, her eyes narrowing with recognition. "You," she hissed at Bellatrix. "You're one of them. One of her crowd. I remember you from the platform when she left." "Indeed, Petunia," Bellatrix replied coolly. "I attended Hogwarts with your sister. Though I doubt you bothered to learn the names of her friends." Before the situation could escalate further, the hearing room doors opened, and a court official announced they were ready to begin. The hearing room was smaller than Harry had imagined, not the grand courtroom he'd pictured, but a formal chamber with a raised panel where 5 witches and wizards sat, Madame Bones at the center. Tables faced the panel, one for Harry and Bellatrix, another for the Dursleys, and a third where Dumbledore sat alone. The proceedings began with formal introductions and an explanation of the purpose, to determine the proper guardianship of Harry James Potter in light of the recently discovered magical guardian bond and allegations of neglect against his current Muggle guardians. Madame Bones addressed the room. "We will hear first from the petitioner, Bellatrix Black, regarding the nature of the guardian bond and her suitability as Mr. Potter's magical guardian. Then from Mr. Potter himself about his living conditions with the Dursley family and his preferences regarding guardianship. The Dursleys will have opportunity to respond, followed by any statements from interested parties." She nodded toward Dumbledore. Bellatrix was called to testify first. She explained the ancient magic of guardian bonds, how they originated in times when magical children often needed protection beyond what blood relations could provide. "The bond manifested when I first saw Harry at his relative's home," she explained. "A clear silver light connecting us, visible to magical senses though not to Muggles. Such bonds cannot be artificially created or forced, they arise from compatible magic, need, and an ancient connection between our families." "And the nature of that familial connection?" inquired a wizard on the panel. "The Blacks and Potters share ancestors dating back to the 15th century. Additionally, my cousin Doria Black married Charles Potter, making me distant blood kin to Harry. The guardian bond recognized this connection and activated in response to Harry's need for proper magical guidance." The questions continued, about Bellatrix's background, her financial capacity to care for Harry, her plans for his education, and her ability to protect him from potential threats. "I've already begun Harry's magical education, focusing on theory, basic spell work, and wizarding culture," she explained. "My home is heavily warded, with additional protections recently added in consultation with Albus Dumbledore. Financially, I possess sufficient personal resources to support Harry comfortably, though he also has access to his trust vault for school-related expenses." Next, Harry was called forward. He felt his knees trembling as he took the witness chair, but Bellatrix gave him an encouraging nod. "Mr. Potter," Madame Bones began kindly, "please tell us about your life with the Dursley family." Harry took a deep breath and began, describing the cupboard under the stairs, the hand-me-down clothes, the limited food, the chores, and the general atmosphere of hostility toward anything freakish or magical. He spoke simply and directly, neither exaggerating nor minimizing what he had experienced. "And you were never told about your magical heritage? About your parents or your place in the wizarding world?" asked a witch on the panel. "No, ma'am. I was told my parents died in a car crash and that my father was unemployed and my mother was." He glanced at Aunt Petunia, abnormal. "I see." The witch's lips thinned disapprovingly. "And your current living arrangement with Madame Black?" Harry's expression brightened visibly. "It's brilliant. I have my own room, a proper bedroom. I get enough to eat. Bellatrix answers my questions instead of punishing me for asking. She's teaching me about magic and my family history. I feel wanted." The panel members exchanged glances at his simple but powerful testimony. Even Dumbledore looked troubled. Vernon Dursley's testimony was predictably hostile. He ranted about being saddled with the boy and the unnaturalness that had plagued their normal family. When questioned directly about Harry's living conditions, he became defensive. The boy was given what he needed. Roof over his head, clothes on his back, food on his plate. Not our fault if he was ungrateful. And his sleeping arrangements? Madam Bones pressed. Mr. Potter testified that he slept in a cupboard under the stairs. Storage space converted to a bedroom, Vernon blustered. Perfectly adequate. I see. Madam Bones's tone made it clear she saw through the lie. And his knowledge of his magical heritage? Why was that withheld? Didn't want him getting ideas. Turning out like his parents. Vernon's face purpled again. We swore when we took him and we'd stamp out that nonsense. A shocked murmur ran through the room at this admission. Petunia, seeming to realize the damage her husband was doing, attempted to intervene with a more measured response about protecting the boy from dangerous influences, but the damage was done. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his tone was measured and somewhat regretful. It appears I made a grave error in my assessment of the Dursleys' capacity to care for Harry appropriately, he acknowledged. While I maintain that blood protection offered important security against external threats, I failed to consider the equally important need for nurturing and knowledge. He turned to address Harry directly. I owe you an apology, Harry. My intentions were to keep you safe, but in doing so, I subjected you to a different kind of harm. Turning back to the panel, he continued, I no longer oppose Madam Black's petition for guardianship, provided certain conditions are met regarding Harry's continued protection and education. The guardian bond appears genuine, and Harry is clearly thriving in her care. The panel deliberated briefly before Madam Bones delivered their decision. Having heard testimony from all parties, this panel finds clear evidence that the Dursley household was unsuitable for Mr. Potter's upbringing, particularly given his magical heritage and future place in wizarding society. We recognize the legitimate guardian bond between Bellatrix Black and Harry Potter and find her suitable in terms of resources, capabilities, and intent. She looked directly at Harry. Therefore, magical guardianship is hereby granted to Bellatrix Black until Mr. Potter reaches majority at 17. The Dursleys' legal custody in the Muggle world will be officially transferred via corresponding documentation filed with their authorities. Relief flooded through Harry. It was official, he would never have to return to Privet Drive. As the hearing concluded, the Dursleys wasted no time in leaving, escorted by ministry officials who would ensure the necessary Muggle paperwork was completed. Vernon didn't even look at Harry, while Petunia cast one last bitter glance over her shoulder before they disappeared. In the corridor outside the hearing room, Dumbledore approached Harry and Bellatrix. I must once again offer my apologies, Harry. It seems in my focus on keeping you safe from Voldemort's followers, I overlooked equally important aspects of your well-being. It's okay, Harry said, feeling magnanimous in victory. You thought you were doing the right thing. A generous assessment, Bellatrix commented, less forgiving. But what's done is done. Harry is now where he belongs, learning about his heritage and preparing for his future. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he looked at Harry. And a bright future it promises to be. I look forward to welcoming you to Hogwarts next year, Harry. Until then, I trust Madam Black will provide an excellent foundation. As they prepared to leave the ministry, Lucius Malfoy approached with a blonde woman who bore a striking resemblance to Bellatrix, though her features were softer and her bearing more deliberately graceful. Congratulations, sister, the woman said, embracing Bellatrix briefly. The outcome was never in doubt, of course, but formalities must be observed. Narcissa, Bellatrix acknowledged. Thank you for your support in this matter. She turned to Harry. Harry, this is my sister, Narcissa Malfoy, and you've briefly met her husband Lucius. A pleasure to make your proper acquaintance, Mr. Potter, Narcissa said with a polite nod. I understand you and my son Draco will be classmates at Hogwarts. Perhaps you might visit Malfoy Manor before term begins. Draco has so few companions his own age with suitable understanding of our world. Before Harry could respond, Bellatrix intervened smoothly. We'll consider it once Harry's basic education is further along, Narcissa. The past weeks have been rather intense. Of course, Narcissa agreed, though Harry detected disappointment in her tone. The invitation stands when you're ready. As they made their way back to the ministry atrium, Harry whispered to Bellatrix, "Do you not want me to meet your nephew?" "It's not that," she replied quietly. "But the Malfoys move in certain circles and maintain specific political positions that you should understand before becoming involved with them. Draco has likely been raised with particular views about blood status and wizarding hierarchy." "You mean he might think less of me because my mother was Muggle-born?" "Possibly," Bellatrix acknowledged. "Though your status as the boy who lived and the last Potter heir would likely override such considerations in the Malfoys' calculations. They're pragmatic above all else." They reached the flow point, where Bellatrix secured a handful of powder for their return journey. "We'll discuss the Malfoys and similar families further during your cultural lessons," she promised. "For now, let's return home and celebrate our victory. Legal guardianship secured, no further interference from the Dursleys, and even Dumbledore's reluctant blessing." Harry stepped into the green flames, happier than he could remember being in his entire life. He had a home, a guardian who wanted him, and a future in the magical world. For the first time, everything seemed right. The formal establishment of Bellatrix's guardianship brought an unexpected but welcome peace to their lives. With legal matters settled, they could focus fully on Harry's education without constant concern about ministry intervention or Dursley complications. Summer progressed pleasantly, with Harry's magical abilities developing rapidly under Bellatrix's tutelage. By early August, he could perform most first-year charms with reasonable control, had mastered basic transfiguration theory, though the practical applications remained challenging, and had begun simple defensive magic. "Your shield charm is progressing well," Bellatrix noted during one training session, after Harry successfully blocked a minor stinging hex. "Though you're still overcharging it. A proper protego doesn't need to shimmer so visibly." "Sorry," Harry said, lowering his wand. "I'm still getting used to controlling the power." "It's not a criticism," she clarified. "Your natural magical strength is impressive. Control will come with practice." Beyond spell work, Harry's understanding of the wizarding world expanded dramatically. Bellatrix instructed him in everything from magical government structure to pure-blood etiquette, wizarding genealogy to magical creature classifications. She balanced theoretical knowledge with practical application, often using excursions to teach real-world lessons. A visit to a magical farmer's market in Devon became a lesson in recognizing various magical herbs and their properties. A trip to Gringotts to review his family accounts included an introduction to goblin customs and financial systems. Even a simple shopping expedition to Wizarding London incorporated lessons on magical transportation, currency exchange, and appropriate public behavior for a young heir. The promised visit to Malfoy Manor materialized in mid-August. Bellatrix had finally acquiesced to Narcissa's repeated invitations, though not without thorough preparation. "The Malfoys are influential but controversial," she explained the evening before their visit. "Lucius was indeed a Death Eater during the war, though he claimed imperious coercion afterward, a claim many find dubious but none could disprove." "Why would they want to meet me?" Harry asked, adjusting the formal robes Bellatrix had insisted he wear for the occasion. "If Mr. Malfoy was a Death Eater, wouldn't he hate me for defeating Voldemort?" "Politics is rarely so straightforward," Bellatrix replied. "The Malfoys are pragmatists above all. With Voldemort gone, they've repositioned themselves as defenders of wizarding tradition rather than pure-blood supremacists, a subtle distinction that maintains their influence while distancing them from more extreme positions." "And they want to be friends with me?" Harry sounded skeptical. "They want connection to you," Bellatrix corrected. "Your status as the boy who lived carries significant social and political capital. Having their son Draco establish a relationship with you would benefit their position considerably. So I should be careful around them." "Cautious, yes, but not hostile. The wizarding world is small, Harry. Learning to navigate complex relationships with those of different political alignments is an essential skill." She straightened his collar with a critical eye. Especially for someone in your unique position. Malfoy Manor proved even more imposing than Harry had imagined, a vast estate with extensive grounds, peacocks strutting across manicured lawns, and a manor house that dwarfed even the largest homes Harry had seen in Surrey. They were greeted at the entrance by a house elf so servile it made Harry uncomfortable, then escorted to a formal sitting room where the Malfoy family awaited. Lucius was as imposing as Harry remembered, Narcissa elegant in expensive-looking blue robes, and their son Draco, a pale, pointed boy with his father's white blonde hair, regarded Harry with unconcealed curiosity. "Mr. Potter," Lucius greeted him formally. "Welcome to our home. May I present my son, Draco, who will be joining you at Hogwarts this September." "Hello," Harry said, remembering his lessons on proper greetings. "Thank you for inviting me to your home." Draco stepped forward with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "Potter. Heard all about you, of course. Quite the surprise when Mother told me you were living with Aunt Bellatrix. Everyone thought you were hidden away somewhere special." "I was hidden," Harry replied dryly, "but it wasn't particularly special." Narcissa smiled slightly at this. "Perhaps the boys would like to become acquainted while we adults converse. Draco, why don't you show Harry the gardens and your Quidditch pitch?" Released from adult supervision, Draco led Harry outside, immediately launching into a detailed description of his family's importance and his own exceptional qualities. "Father nearly sent me to Durmstrang, you know," he said as they walked. "Better reputation for the dark arts than Hogwarts these days. But Mother preferred I stay closer to home." "Dark arts?" Harry questioned. "I thought those were what Voldemort used." Draco flinched at the name. "Don't say his name," he hissed. "And there's more to the dark arts than what, you-know-who, did with them. That's what Father says, anyway. All magic comes down to intent." "Bellatrix says something similar," Harry acknowledged. "Though she focuses more on defensive magic in my lessons." This caught Draco's interest. "You're already learning magic? Before Hogwarts?" "Father's been teaching me some basics too, though Mother says we're not supposed to mention it outside the family. Trace regulations and all that." "Same with me," Harry said, finding unexpected common ground. "What can you do so far?" The boys spent the next hour comparing their pre-Hogwarts magical education, with Draco demonstrating a surprisingly advanced color-changing charm on a garden flower and Harry showing his control of the levitation spell by floating a small stone through an obstacle course of tree branches. Despite Draco's obvious prejudices, he made several disparaging comments about mudbloods coming to Hogwarts. Not knowing anything about proper wizarding ways, Harry found he could navigate the conversation by steering toward neutral topics like Quidditch and their expectations for Hogwarts. "You'll want to be in Slytherin, of course," Draco declared confidently as they headed back toward the manor. "All the best families are. Though with a half-blood mother, you might end up elsewhere." Harry bristled at the casual dismissal of his mother. "Bellatrix says my mother was one of the most talented witches in her year, despite being Muggle-born. And my father's family was just as old as yours." Draco looked surprised at the pushback but recalibrated quickly. "Well, yes, the Potters were a respected family, certainly. And I suppose individual talents can emerge regardless of blood status. It's just generally the case that proper wizarding background provides advantages." Inside the manor, they rejoined the adults, who appeared to be concluding some form of negotiation. "It's settled then," Lucius was saying. "The proxy arrangement for the Potter seat will remain dormant until Harry comes of age, with Bellatrix holding right of consultation on any matters directly affecting the Potter interests." "Potter seat?" Harry whispered to Bellatrix as they prepared to leave. "Wisingamot politics," she replied quietly. "I'll explain at home." Their departure was as formal as their arrival, with Narcissa extracting a promise that Harry would visit again before term began, perhaps with Draco's other friends, so you can meet some of your future classmates. As they apparat home, Harry's head spun with the day's revelations and subtle political maneuvering. "You were testing me," he realized as they entered Blackthorn Cottage. sending me off with Draco to see how I'd handle his views. Bellatrix nodded approvingly. Very perceptive. And you managed admirably, neither confrontational nor acquiescent. You established boundaries while maintaining cordial relations. He said some things about Muggleborns that weren't very nice, Harry admitted. And about my mother. Draco repeats what he's been taught, Bellatrix said, removing her formal outer robe. Though I suspect Narcissa's influence has moderated Lucius's more extreme positions in their son's upbringing. Draco lacks the hardened prejudice his father displayed at that age. What was that about a Potter seat they mentioned? Bellatrix guided him to the library, where she retrieved a book on wizarding governance. The Wisingamat, our high court and legislative body, reserve seats for ancient and noble houses. The Potter family holds one such hereditary seat, which has been vacant since your parents' deaths. Technically, Dumbledore has been serving as proxy voter in your absence, but with your return to the wizarding world, that arrangement is being reconsidered. So I have political power? Harry asked, bewildered. You will, when you come of age. Until then, the seat's voting rights remain dormant, though positions can be registered on matters directly affecting your interests. She studied him thoughtfully. The Malfoys are positioning themselves as allies, or at least, not adversaries, in anticipation of your eventual political influence. Is that good or bad? Politically pragmatic, Bellatrix replied. Keeping options open with potential allies of all stripes serves your interests, provided you maintain awareness of everyone's motivations. The visit to Malfoy Manor, while enlightening, left Harry with mixed feelings about the complexities of wizarding society. The casual prejudice, the political calculations, the careful positioning, it all seemed far removed from the simple joy of discovering magic. It's a lot to take in, he admitted that evening as he practiced a simple potion under Bellatrix's supervision. All these family connections and political alliances. The wizarding world is small and interconnected, she replied, watching him stir the cauldron precisely 3 times counterclockwise. Most old families are related through marriage or blood, creating a complex web of obligations and expectations. Understanding these dynamics will be crucial as you establish your place in our society. Do I have to be friends with people like Draco just because of politics? Friendship should never be based solely on political advantage, Bellatrix said firmly. But neither should you dismiss potential connections due to preconceptions. At Hogwarts, you'll meet students from all backgrounds, judge them by their character and actions, not by family reputation or house affiliation. Harry nodded, carefully adding powdered moonstone to his potion. I just want to learn magic and make real friends. Not worry about who's politically useful. A refreshingly straightforward approach, Bellatrix smiled. And one I encourage, to a point. Just remember that in the wizarding world, particularly for someone of your prominence, personal relationships inevitably carry political dimensions. Because I'm the boy who lived. That, and because you're the last Potter, heir to an influential family with significant historical importance. She checked his potion, nodding approvingly as it turned the proper shade of turquoise. But for now, focus on mastering your studies and preparing for Hogwarts. Political complexities will wait. As August waned, Harry's anticipation for Hogwarts grew. He'd read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover, practiced spells that would impress his classmates, and peppered Bellatrix with questions about everything from the sorting ceremony to the location of the kitchens. The house elves are quite accommodating if you're polite to them, she advised with a knowing smile. A useful piece of information your father and his friends certainly exploited during their time there. They'd visited Diagon Alley again to purchase his official school supplies, this time without disguises, causing quite a stir as whispers of, "It's Harry Potter," followed them from shop to shop. The Daily Prophet had finally caught wind of Harry's return to the wizarding world, publishing a front-page story with the melodramatic headline, "Boy WHO Lived Found." Harry Potter rescued from Muggle obscurity by Black Heiress. The article was a mixture of fact and wild speculation, suggesting everything from a secret betrothal arrangement to theories about ancient magic connecting the last scions of 2 noble houses. Bellatrix had merely rolled her eyes at the more outlandish claims, though she did file a formal complaint about certain implications regarding her intentions. Rita Skeeter has a unique talent for transforming truth into sensationalism, she remarked dryly, tossing the newspaper aside. Fortunately, the article confirms your legal guardianship status, which should minimize unwelcome interference. The publicity had another unexpected effect. Harry began receiving mail from across the wizarding world. Letters from well-wishers, young witches and wizards hoping to befriend the famous Harry Potter, and even a few propositions from families with daughters of suitable breeding, seeking early marriage contracts. A distasteful practice that persists in certain circles, Bellatrix explained, sorting through the correspondence with a critical eye. Rest assured, I have no intention of entertaining such arrangements. Your future relationships will be your choice entirely. Among the correspondence, however, came one letter that caused Bellatrix's expression to soften unexpectedly, an elegantly penned note from Andromeda Tonks, her estranged sister. She's reached out, Bellatrix murmured, reading the letter with evident emotion. After all these years. The letter, which Bellatrix shared with Harry, expressed both surprise and cautious approval at Bellatrix's guardianship of Harry Potter, noting that, perhaps we have more in common than I realized, if you've truly broken from the family's darker traditions. It concluded with a tentative invitation for tea, to reconcile past differences and perhaps forge a new understanding. Will you go? Harry asked, seeing how the letter affected her. I believe I will, Bellatrix replied thoughtfully. Andromeda left the family when she married her Muggle-born husband, Ted. Our parents disowned her, and I didn't stand with her as I should have. It was before I fully rejected the pure-blood ideology myself. You regret it, Harry observed. One of many regrets, she acknowledged. Perhaps it's time to address this one, at least. The reconciliation tea was scheduled for the last weekend before Harry would leave for Hogwarts. Andromeda suggested they meet at her home, a modest but comfortable house in a mixed magical Muggle neighborhood near London. Bellatrix agreed, though Harry detected nervousness beneath her usual composure as they prepared for the visit. You're worried, he noted as they readied to depart. Concerned, she corrected, though her frequent adjustments to her appearance in the mirror suggested deeper anxiety. Andromeda and I haven't spoken in nearly 20 years. There's much unresolved between us. But you want to resolve it? Yes, she admitted. Particularly now. Family connections, healthy ones, would benefit us both. Especially with you attending Hogwarts soon. The Tonks home proved welcoming despite the initial awkwardness between the long-separated sisters. Andromeda, who resembled Bellatrix enough that Harry did a double-take, greeted them at the door with formal politeness that melted into genuine warmth when she saw Harry. You look so much like James, she said softly. But those eyes, pure lily. Her husband Ted, a jovial man with a ready smile, showed none of the wariness his wife exhibited. Welcome to our humble abode. Nothing like the grand black manor where these two grew up, but we call it home. The initial stilted conversation over tea gradually relaxed as Harry asked questions about his parents, whom both Andromeda and Ted had known through Order of the Phoenix connections. Lily was brilliant, Andromeda recalled. Fiercely intelligent and kind, but with a temper to match her red hair when provoked. She stood up to James for years before finally agreeing to date him, made him grow up a bit first. James was quite the troublemaker at school, Ted added with a chuckle. He and Sirius Black, your cousin, he added to Bellatrix, were legendary pranksters. But brave beyond measure when it mattered. The mention of Sirius created a momentary tension that Harry noticed immediately. He glanced at Bellatrix, who seemed to be weighing whether to broach the subject. Speaking of Sirius, she said finally. I've been reconsidering his case recently. Andromeda's teacup clattered against its saucer. His case? You mean his imprisonment for betraying Lily and James? For killing Peter and those Muggles? I have doubts, Bellatrix admitted. About his guilt. The Sirius we knew, whatever his faults, was loyal to James Potter above all else. His conviction without trial has always troubled me. Ted leaned forward, suddenly intent. You're not the only one. I represented several defendants after the war, none as high-profile as Sirius, mind you, but the legal procedures then were lacking, to put it mildly. Fear drove much of the justice system. Could he be innocent? Harry asked, the possibility of a wrongfully imprisoned godfather both troubling and tantalizing. The evidence seemed overwhelming at the time, Andromeda said carefully. But Bella's right, betrayal was never in Sirius's nature, especially betrayal of James. The question is what to do about it now, Bellatrix mused. Reopening the case would require significant political capital and new evidence. I might be able to help, Ted offered. I still have contacts in the legal department. If you're serious about pursuing this, no pun intended, I'd be willing to make preliminary inquiries. The conversation shifted to more personal matters. Andromeda and Ted's daughter Nymphadora, who had recently graduated Hogwarts and begun Auror training, Bellatrix's years of self-imposed isolation after rejecting Voldemort's cause, Harry's life with the Dursleys and subsequent rescue. By the time they prepared to leave, the atmosphere had transformed. The sisters embraced, both misty-eyed. Don't be strangers, Ted insisted, clasping Harry's shoulder. Our Dora would love to meet her cousin's ward, especially the famous Harry Potter. Perhaps during Christmas holidays, Bellatrix suggested, her voice uncharacteristically emotional. When Harry returns from his first term. As they departed, Harry noticed Bellatrix seemed lighter somehow, as if a burden had been partially lifted. That went well, he observed as they walked to the apparition point. Better than I dared hope, she admitted. Some wounds heal, given time and willingness. And Ted's offer regarding Sirius. That's unexpected but welcome. Do you really think my godfather might be innocent? I believe it's worth investigating, she replied carefully. The Sirius Black I knew was many things, reckless, arrogant, rebellious, but never a traitor to those he loved. And he loved your father like a brother. If he's innocent, he's been in prison for nearly 10 years for something he didn't do, Harry said, horrified by the thought. Justice delayed is one of many casualties of war, Bellatrix said grimly. But perhaps not irretrievable. We'll pursue it carefully, Harry. The Ministry doesn't admit mistakes easily, especially ones of this magnitude. Their final week before Hogwarts passed in a flurry of preparation. Bellatrix helped Harry pack his trunk, ensuring he had everything from required textbooks to personal comforts like the framed photograph of his parents she'd given him. Remember to write regularly, she instructed. Your owl is eager for the exercise, and I want to hear about your sorting in classes. I will, Harry promised. You'll be okay here alone. The question seemed to surprise her. Concerned about me, are you? I managed many years alone before you arrived, Harry. Yes, but... He hesitated. It's different now, isn't it? Her expression softened. It is. But I'll manage. My reconciliation with Andromeda provides new connections, and I have various projects to occupy me, including looking into Sirius's case. The night before his departure, Bellatrix presented Harry with one final gift, a small, leather-bound journal with the Black and Potter crests embossed on its cover. A two-way journal, she explained. I have its mate. Whatever you write will appear in my copy, and vice versa. For matters too private or urgent for owl post. Harry ran his fingers over the fine leather. Thank you. For everything, I mean. Not just the journal. You've brought purpose back to my life, Harry Potter, she replied quietly. The gratitude is mutual. September 1st dawned clear and bright. They traveled to King's Cross by magical means, arriving with ample time for Harry to find a compartment before the platform crowded. Bellatrix showed him how to pass through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, where the gleaming Hogwarts Express waited. Remember everything we've practiced, she said as porters loaded his trunk onto the train. Your initial impressions will set the tone for many relationships. Be yourself, but be mindful of how different backgrounds shape perspectives. I know, Harry assured her. I'll make good choices about friends. I have no doubt. She straightened his already perfect collar. Know that whatever house you're sorted into, I'll be proud. Each has its virtues. Even Slytherin, he teased, referencing their many discussions about house prejudices. Especially Slytherin, she returned with a rare smile. Though I suspect your father might haunt me if his son ends up in my old house. As the platform began filling with families, Harry noticed increasing stares and whispers. The Prophet's articles had ensured everyone knew Harry Potter was returning to the wizarding world. Ignore the attention, Bellatrix advised. It will fade once they grow accustomed to your presence. Just then, a large family of redheads bustled past, the mother herding what appeared to be 4 boys and a young girl toward the train. One of the boys, who looked about Harry's age, glanced their way and did a double take, his eyes widening as he spotted Harry's scar. It's starting already, Harry murmured. An opportunity to establish yourself as more than just the boy who lived, Bellatrix replied. Remember, Harry, you decide who you are, not legends or others' expectations. The warning whistle sounded, signaling 5 minutes until departure. Around them, final goodbyes were exchanged as students boarded the train. Well, Harry said, suddenly overwhelmed by the moment. This is it. Indeed. Bellatrix hesitated, then did something completely unexpected, she pulled Harry into a tight embrace. Be brilliant, be brave, and be yourself, Harry Potter. Write soon. I will, he promised, returning the hug. And I'll make you proud. You already have. Harry boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the back. As he settled by the window, he spotted Bellatrix still on the platform, standing slightly apart from the other parents but watching his window intently. He waved, and she raised her hand in acknowledgement. The train whistle blew one final time, and with a lurch, the Hogwarts Express began to move. Harry kept his eyes on Bellatrix until the train rounded a bend and platform 9 3/4 disappeared from view. Whatever awaited him at Hogwarts, Harry knew his life had fundamentally changed. From unwanted burden to magical ward, from ignorance to knowledge, from loneliness to connection, Bellatrix Black had transformed his world in mere months. As the train gathered speed, carrying him toward the ancient castle where his parents had studied, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. But underlying both was a newfound confidence. He had a home to return to. He had a guardian who believed in him. And perhaps most importantly, he finally knew who he was, not just the boy who lived, but Harry James Potter, heir to an ancient family, student of magic, and ward of the House of Black. The compartment door slid open, interrupting his thoughts. The youngest red-headed boy from the platform stood awkwardly in the doorway. Excuse me, he said hesitantly. Do you mind? Everywhere else is full. Harry gestured to the empty seat opposite. Not at all. Thanks. The boy sat, then extended his hand somewhat nervously. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, he replied, accepting the handshake. Ron's eyes widened. So it's true. I thought it might be you. My brothers Fred and George said they saw Harry Potter on the platform with Bellatrix Black. He lowered his voice. Is it true she rescued you from Muggles? The Prophet said. The Prophet exaggerated quite a bit, Harry interrupted with a smile. But yes, Bellatrix is my guardian now. She's been teaching me about the wizarding world. Wow. Ron seemed both impressed and slightly uncertain. My dad works at the ministry. He says the Blacks were, well, a traditionally dark family, Harry finished for him. Bellatrix broke from those traditions years ago. People can surprise you when you give them a chance. Ron nodded slowly, seeming to process this. Makes sense. My family's traditionally light, but my uncle Bilius was barking. Used to pull flowers out of his, well, never mind that. Harry laughed, feeling the tension break. As the train continued its journey north, more students stopped by their compartment, a round-faced boy looking for his lost toad, a bushy-haired girl already wearing her Hogwarts robes who introduced herself as Hermione Granger, and eventually even Draco Malfoy, flanked by two larger boys who resembled bodyguards. "Potter," Draco acknowledged with a nod that was almost friendly. "Thought I'd find you. These are Crabbe and Goyle." He eyed Ron with significantly less warmth. "A Weasley, I presume?" "Red hair, hand-me-down robes. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." Ron's ears turned pink, but before he could retort, Harry intervened smoothly. "Ron and I were just discussing houses," he said, employing the diplomatic skills Bellatrix had taught him. "What's Slytherin's reputation for Quidditch?" "Ron says Gryffindor's team is quite good." The conversation navigated away from dangerous waters, though Harry noted the tension between Ron and Draco remained. It was his first practical lesson in the house rivalries Bellatrix had warned him about, and likely not his last. As countryside gave way to mountains and forests, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him here. From a cupboard under the stairs to a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. From unwanted burden to magical air. From ignorance to knowledge. And it had all begun with a chance meeting, a dark-haired witch recognizing something in a garden-tending boy that no one else had bothered to see. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, Harry felt prepared to face them. Bellatrix had given him more than just magical knowledge, she'd given him confidence, perspective, and a place to belong. The train began to slow as darkness fell. An announcement echoed through the carriages: "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry joined the throng of students filling the corridor as the train came to a stop. Stepping onto the small, dark platform, he heard a familiar name in an unfamiliar context. Black. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Just heard it on the wireless. The whispered news rippled through the crowd of older students, creating a wave of shocked murmurs. Harry froze, processing the implications. His godfather, the man Bellatrix had just begun investigating, had somehow escaped from the inescapable wizard prison. Before he could consider what this might mean, a booming voice called out, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." A giant of a man with a wild beard held a lamp aloft, gathering the youngest students. Harry joined the group, his mind racing with questions he couldn't answer. Whatever came next, at Hogwarts, with Sirius, with his new life in the wizarding world, nothing would be simple. But then, nothing worthwhile ever was. Chapter 3, Shadows of the Future. The Great Hall of Hogwarts fell silent as Professor McGonagall placed the ancient sorting hat upon Harry Potter's head. From his position on the stool, Harry could see hundreds of faces turned toward him, whispering and pointing. He closed his eyes, remembering Bellatrix's advice: "The hat considers your qualities and preferences. Be honest with it, but remember you have a voice in your destiny." "Interesting," whispered a small voice in his ear. "Very interesting. I see courage, yes, and intelligence too. There's talent, oh my, plenty of talent, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, "A place where I can grow. Where I can be more than just the boy who lived. More than a legend, the voice seemed amused. Ambitious, that. You could be great, you know, and Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness." Images flashed through Harry's mind, Bellatrix teaching him about magical theory in the library at Blackthorn Cottage, her fierce defense of him at the Ministry, the warm glow of finally belonging somewhere. "I'm not afraid of Slytherin," Harry thought firmly. "My guardian was Slytherin. But I want to be where I can build bridges, not walls." Bridges, not walls. Well, in that case, better be Gryffindor. The last word echoed through the hall as the table under red and gold banners erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat and made his way to join his new housemates, including Ron Weasley, who had been sorted just before him. "Knew you'd be with us." Ron grinned, making room on the bench. Wait till I write my parents, friends with Harry Potter, and he's a Gryffindor too. As the sorting continued, Harry's attention drifted to the high table, where Dumbledore sat watching the proceedings with twinkling eyes. The headmaster caught Harry's gaze and gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Several seats away, a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair stared at Harry with an expression of such loathing that it startled him. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother. "That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants Quirrell's job. Defense against the dark arts, that is." Harry felt the professor's gaze boring into him and touched his star pendant unconsciously, a habit he'd developed when feeling unsettled. The stone felt unusually warm against his skin. Bellatrix had warned him about Snape, brilliant potioneer, but he had a complicated relationship with your parents. Don't expect fairness from him, at least initially. The feast that followed was magnificent, though the excited chatter around Harry kept returning to one subject: Sirius Black's unprecedented escape from Azkaban. "No one's ever broken out before," an older student was explaining. "Place is guarded by Dementors, foulest creatures you can imagine. They drain all happiness from you, leave you with nothing but your worst memories. Dad says they've ordered the Dementors to patrol Hogsmeade and the school boundaries," Percy added importantly. "Security measures, you understand. Though Dumbledore's not happy about it." "Why would Black escape now?" asked Hermione Granger, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor. "After all these years?" "Revenge, probably," replied a sandy-haired boy named Seamus. "He was you-know-who's right-hand man, wasn't he? Probably after the one who defeated his master." Several pairs of eyes turned toward Harry, who focused intently on his treacle tart. He knew more than he could share: Bellatrix's doubts about Sirius's guilt, the plans to investigate his case, the family connection. But this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Later, as the prefects led them to Gryffindor Tower, Harry found his thoughts returning to Bellatrix. She'd be waiting for his letter about the sorting. Would she be disappointed he hadn't been placed in her former house? No, he decided. She had been clear that any house would be acceptable. Still, he couldn't help wondering what this new development with Sirius might mean for their carefully constructed life together. In the dormitory, Harry waited until his roommates were asleep before retrieving the two-way journal from his trunk. By wand light, he wrote his first entry: "Sorted into Gryffindor. The hat considered Slytherin too, but I chose bridges over walls. Everyone's talking about Sirius's escape. Is it true? What does it mean for us? Are you safe?" The response came within minutes, the elegant script appearing as if an invisible hand were writing: "Congratulations on Gryffindor, your parents would be proud, though I assure you I harbor no house prejudice. Regarding Sirius, yes, it's true. The ministry is in uproar. Aurors visited this evening to question me as his cousin. I've strengthened the cottage wards as precaution, though I doubt he poses any threat to either of us. This complicates our investigation, obviously. Write again tomorrow after classes. Be cautious about what you say regarding Sirius, public opinion is decidedly against him. Sleep well, Harry." Harry closed the journal, reassured but still unsettled. As he drifted toward sleep in his new four-poster bed, surrounded by the soft breathing of his dorm mates, he couldn't shake the feeling that Sirius Black's escape had set something significant in motion, something that would affect both him and Bellatrix in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Miles away at Blackthorn Cottage, Bellatrix Black sat in her study, the twin to Harry's journal open before her. She traced her fingers over his handwriting, still childish in its formation but showing signs of the careful penmanship she'd been teaching him. First day at Hogwarts, and already facing the complications of Sirius's escape. The boy couldn't seem to avoid drama. A soft chime alerted her to a visitor approaching the outer wards. At this hour, it could hardly be a social call. Bellatrix moved to the monitoring panel, her wand ready. "Andromeda," she murmured with surprise, recognizing her sister's magical signature. She quickly adjusted the wards to permit entry and moved to the front door. Andromeda arrived in a swirl of traveling cloak, her normally composed features tight with tension. "Have you heard?" she asked without preamble. "About Sirius?" "Yes. The Auror office sent Shacklebolt and Dawlish to question me this evening." Bellatrix gestured her sister inside. "Tea? Or something stronger?" "Stronger, definitely." Andromeda removed her cloak, following Bellatrix to the study where a decanter of fire whiskey stood ready on a side table. "They questioned Ted too," she continued, accepting a tumbler. "As if either of us would have helped Sirius escape after all these years of no contact." "Standard procedure," Bellatrix replied, pouring her own drink. "Family members are always the first suspects in these cases. This is no ordinary case." Andromeda took a substantial swallow of whiskey. "No one escapes Azkaban, Bella. Not from the high-security wing. Not past Dementors." "Sirius always was exceptional," Bellatrix remarked dryly. "Though I admit, the timing is curious." "Curious?" "It's suspicious. Just as you begin looking into his case, he suddenly breaks out." Andromeda fixed her with a penetrating stare. "Did you do something, Bella?" "If you're asking whether I broke our cousin out of Azkaban, no. I hadn't even begun the formal investigation. Ted was still making preliminary inquiries." Bellatrix swirled her drink thoughtfully. "Though I wonder if word of those inquiries might have reached him somehow." "That's unlikely. The prison communication protocols are designed for ordinary prisoners, not the heir to the ancient and noble House of Black. Our family has always had resources." Bellatrix set her glass down. "There's something else you should know, Andy. Something about Harry." Briefly, she outlined the guardian bond and the Black family prophecy, explaining her interpretation of Harry's role as the star-touched child. Andromeda listened with growing amazement. "The guardian bond activated? After all these generations?" She shook her head. "And you believe Harry is the child from great-grandmother Cassiopeia's prophecy?" "I know he is. I felt it the moment our eyes met." Bellatrix leaned forward. "And Sirius is connected to this too, though I'm not sure exactly how. He's Harry's godfather, James and Lily's chosen protector for their son. If he's innocent as I suspect, then there are two people with legitimate magical claims to protect Harry," Andromeda finished. "That's unprecedented. The prophecy mentions the Guardian of Black, singular. But perhaps that refers to the family, not an individual." Bellatrix paced the room, her mind racing. "Sirius would have a stronger claim as the named godfather, assuming he's innocent. But the guardian bond with me is active and recognized by the ministry. Assuming he's innocent is quite the assumption, Bella. The evidence against him was overwhelming." "Circumstantial," Bellatrix countered. "No Veritaserum testimony, no magical oath, no prior history of Death Eater sympathy. Just a destroyed street, 12 dead muggles, and a finger belonging to Peter Pettigrew, a man who was notably absent from the scene otherwise." Andromeda rubbed her temples. "What are you suggesting? That Peter framed Sirius?" "I'm suggesting we don't have the full story. And now Sirius has taken matters into his own hands." Bellatrix returned to her chair. "The question is, what is he planning to do? And how does it affect Harry? The ministry believes he's after Harry. Revenge for you-know-who's downfall." "Nonsense," Bellatrix scoffed. "If Sirius were truly Voldemort's supporter, he'd have come after me years ago when I refused the Dark Lord's recruitment. No, he's after something else, or someone." "Pettigrew?" Andromeda suggested skeptically. "A man presumed dead for a decade? Perhaps. Or evidence that might clear his name." Bellatrix swirled the amber liquid in her glass. "Whatever his purpose, he'll contact me eventually. Blood calls to blood, and he knows I have Harry now, the prophet made sure of that. And when he does, What then, Bella? That depends on what he has to say. Bellatrix's expression hardened. If he's innocent, I'll help him prove it. If not. She left the consequence unspoken. The sisters talked late into the night, rebuilding bridges long thought burned. When Andromeda finally departed, promising to keep Ted's legal inquiries moving forward discreetly, Bellatrix returned to Harry's journal and added a postscript: "Whatever happens with Sirius, know that our connection remains unbreakable. The guardian bond ensures that. Trust your instincts, but also your training. You're prepared for more than you realize." Harry's first week at Hogwarts proved both thrilling and challenging. The castle itself was a maze of moving staircases, disappearing steps, and doors that weren't always doors. The lessons ranged from fascinating charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, to deadly boring history of magic with ghostly Professor Binns. Throughout it all, Harry found himself grateful for Bellatrix's thorough preparation. While many of his classmates struggled with the basic theory behind spells, Harry could focus on refining his control, still his greatest challenge given his unusual power levels. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow when Harry successfully transformed his match into a needle on the second attempt, though she said nothing when it subsequently melted from overexertion of magic. Potions, however, proved problematic from the start. Professor Snape began the very first class by singling Harry out with increasingly difficult questions. "Potter," he snapped suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Thanks to Bellatrix's tutoring, Harry knew the answer. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, also called aconite." Each correct answer seemed to irritate Snape further. By the third question, his lips had curled into an unpleasant sneer. Well. It seems fame isn't everything, but preparation might be. Tell me, Potter, who has been coaching you? Surely not your guardian." The way he said guardian made it sound like an insult. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks but remembered Bellatrix's advice about maintaining composure. "Bellatrix has an extensive library, Professor. She believes in thorough education." "Indeed." Snape's voice was dangerously soft. "How fortunate for you to have found such a dedicated teacher. 1 point to Gryffindor for adequate preparation." The grudging award felt more like a penalty than a reward. Later, as they left the dungeon classroom, Ron shook his head in amazement. "Blimey, Harry. Snape giving Gryffindor a point? That's like seeing McGonagall do cartwheels down the corridor. What was all that about?" "I think he knew my parents," Harry replied evasively. Bellatrix mentioned they had a complicated history. "Complicated seems an understatement," Hermione Granger commented, falling into step beside them. "He looked at you like you'd personally offended him just by existing." "Though your answers were impressive," she added with a hint of academic envy. "Your guardian must be quite knowledgeable." "She is," Harry agreed, warming to the subject. "She's been teaching me magical theory all summer. Says understanding the principles is as important as the wand work." "That's exactly what I think," Hermione exclaimed. "I've read all our course books 3 times, but theory isn't emphasized enough in the curriculum, if you ask me." Ron rolled his eyes. "Great, now there's 2 of them. Can we please talk about something else? Like how we have flying lessons next week." The mention of flying successfully diverted the conversation, though Harry noticed Hermione casting thoughtful glances his way throughout the day. He'd made an impression on the academically minded girl, apparently. Bellatrix would approve. She'd emphasize the importance of connecting with students from all backgrounds and perspectives. That evening, Harry wrote a detailed account in his journal, including the confrontation with Snape. Bellatrix's response was measured but concerned. Severus Snape's animosity is unfortunate but not surprising. He and your father were rivals at school, a polite term for mutual antagonism. More significantly, he had complicated feelings for your mother that likely color his perception of you. Be respectful but vigilant in his class. Document any unfair treatment. I won't tolerate genuine academic sabotage, though some personality conflict is unavoidable. Regarding your new friends, the Weasley connection is politically interesting. Arthur Weasley works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office and is known for his progressive views, though the family has limited influence. The Granger girl sounds promising, Muggle-born perspectives are valuable, and academic allies are always useful. Maintain these connections while remaining open to relationships across house lines. The Sirius situation remains unchanged. The Ministry has increased security at Hogwarts. You may notice additional measures soon. Don't allow this to distract you from your studies. Harry smiled at her characteristic blend of personal concern and strategic thinking. He'd come to appreciate this aspect of Bellatrix's guardianship. She never sugar-coated reality but always ensured he had the information and tools to navigate it. The promised security measures materialized the following day when Dumbledore announced at breakfast that Dementors would be patrolling the school boundaries. The headmaster's obvious displeasure was evident as he warned students not to attempt to bypass or approach the creatures under any circumstances. They will not distinguish between the one they hunt and the one who gets in their way, he cautioned, his usual twinkle notably absent. They are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks, he added, with a glance toward the Gryffindor table that made Harry wonder if the headmaster somehow knew about his father's cloak. The Dementor's presence cast a literal and figurative chill over the school grounds. Even from a distance, students reported feeling cold and miserable when venturing too near the boundaries during outdoor classes. Hagrid, the groundskeeper who had taken a particular liking to Harry, complained that the creatures were disturbing the forest creatures. Unnatural things, Dementors, he growled during one of Harry's visits to his hut. Dumbledore's right furious about him being here, but Minister Fudge insisted. As if Sirius Black could just walk into Hogwarts. Harry, who had been enjoying a rock-hard tea cake and hearing stories about his parents, perked up at the mention of Sirius. Did you know him? My godfather, I mean. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes widened. No, he was your godfather, do ya? Well, yeah, I knew him, or thought I did. Was there that night, you know, after your parents, he broke off, dabbing at his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Sorry. Still gets me thinking about it. Sirius showed up on that flying motorcycle of his while I was pulling you from the rubble. Wanted to take you himself, he did, but I had me orders from Dumbledore. Orders to take me where? Harry asked, though he knew the answer. To your aunt and uncle's, oh, course. Sirius argued something fierce, said he was your godfather, had the right. But Dumbledore's orders were clear. Hagrid shook his shaggy head. Never thought Sirius would do what he did after. Seemed broken up about James and Lily, he did. But then, Black was always a good actor, wasn't he? Had us all fooled. Had he, though? Harry wondered, remembering Bellatrix's doubts. The picture Hagrid painted didn't match the betrayer that the wizarding world believed Sirius to be. A loyal friend, devastated by loss, insisting on his right to care for his godson, that aligned more with Bellatrix's assessment than the Ministry's. Harry carefully steered the conversation back to safer topics, but made note of these new details to share with Bellatrix later. Every piece of information might help untangle the truth about Sirius Black. September melted into October, and still no sign of Sirius Black. The Daily Prophet reported occasional sightings, in London, in Hogsmeade, once even in the distant Scottish Highlands, but nothing concrete emerged. The heightened security at Hogwarts remained, with staff members patrolling corridors at night and Filch boarding up various secret entrances that Harry suspected only Fred and George Weasley knew about anyway. For Harry, the most frustrating aspect of the situation was his inability to openly discuss Sirius with anyone at school. Ron and Hermione knew only the official version, that Black was a murderous traitor who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. Explaining Bellatrix's doubts would require revealing confidential family matters and ongoing investigations that weren't ready for public knowledge. Instead, Harry focused on his studies and budding friendships. Ron had become his closest companion, introducing him to wizarding chess, where Harry was routinely trounced, and explaining Quidditch tactics with passionate expertise. Hermione, after a somewhat rocky start, had joined their circle following an incident with a mountain troll at Halloween that cemented the unlikely trio's friendship. Mental, keeping something that size in a school, Ron had declared as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower after Professor McGonagall had finished lecturing them for tackling the troll themselves instead of alerting teachers. It wasn't supposed to be in the school at all, Hermione pointed out, still pale from the encounter. Someone let it in as a diversion. The question is, why? Harry had his suspicions, particularly after noticing Professor Snape limping the following day. Something valuable was being kept in the third-floor corridor, something worth creating a dangerous diversion to access. He detailed his observations in the journal that evening, expecting Bellatrix's usual measured response. Instead, her reply was immediate and alarming. "Harry, this is serious. A mountain troll is a Class XXXXX creature, highly dangerous, nearly impossible to train, and resistant to many forms of magic. That you, Ron, and Hermione managed to overcome it speaks to either extraordinary luck or unusual magical compatibility. Possibly both. More concerning is your deduction about a potential diversion. You're correct, someone at Hogwarts appears to be after whatever Dumbledore is guarding. Based on certain conversations during my own investigations, I believe it may be the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel. The stone can transform base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. Harry, this connection to immortality is precisely why I want you to stay away from this mystery. If my suspicions about Voldemort's methods of survival are correct, the stone would be invaluable to anyone seeking to restore him. You are not to investigate further. Focus on your studies and normal school activities. I am taking steps on my end and will inform Dumbledore of my concerns. Write daily. If anything unusual occurs, headaches near certain professors, strange dreams, magical objects behaving oddly, document it immediately. Your safety remains my highest priority." The uncharacteristic urgency in her message alarmed Harry more than the content. Bellatrix typically encouraged his curiosity while teaching him to investigate safely. This outright prohibition suggested dangers beyond what she'd previously shared. True to her word, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office 3 days later. The circular room filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters was both fascinating and intimidating. Fawkes the Phoenix, whom Dumbledore introduced with obvious affection, provided the only warmth in an otherwise tense meeting. "I've received a rather strongly worded letter from your guardian," Dumbledore began, his blue eyes serious behind half-moon spectacles. "Madam Black expresses concern about recent events at Hogwarts, particularly regarding your encounter with the mountain troll and what it might suggest about security within these walls." "She's worried about me, sir," Harry replied carefully. "As am I, Harry. As am I." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "The troll's presence was indeed disturbing, a security breach I take very seriously. However, I'm more concerned by Madam Black's specific inquiries about certain artifacts that might be stored at Hogwarts." "The Philosopher's Stone, you mean?" "She mentioned it in her letter to me too." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Did she indeed? Madam Black continues to surprise me with her deductive capabilities." "Yes, Harry, the stone is currently at Hogwarts, though its presence is meant to be secret." "Not a very good secret if Bellatrix figured it out from outside the castle," Harry observed. "Quite." A ghost of a smile touched Dumbledore's lips. "Your guardian possesses remarkable insight, particularly where magical artifacts are concerned. Her family library contains texts even I have not had access to. She thinks someone's trying to steal it. For Voldemort." If Dumbledore was surprised by Harry's use of the name, he didn't show it. A concern I share, though perhaps not in the specific manner Madame Black envisions. Rest assured, Harry, the stone is well protected by enchantments from myself and other professors. Your focus should remain on your studies and enjoying your first year at Hogwarts. That's what Bellatrix said too. To focus on normal stuff. Then we find ourselves in rare agreement. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly before turning serious again. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, Harry. Concerning Sirius Black. Harry tensed. What about him? I understand from Professor McGonagall that you've been asking questions about him. About that night in Godric's Hollow. About his relationship with your parents. He was my godfather, Harry said carefully. I'm curious about him. Natural curiosity, certainly. But potentially dangerous given current circumstances. Dumbledore studied him intently. Has Madame Black shared her theories about Sirius with you? The question was probing, designed to extract information rather than provide it. Harry recognized the technique from Bellatrix's political lessons. She's mentioned that some aspects of his case seemed unusual, he replied neutrally. That he never received a formal trial. Ah. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The chaos of wartime often compromises judicial process. A regrettable reality, though in Black's case, the evidence was considered overwhelming. Considered by whom? Harry asked, more pointedly than he'd intended. The headmaster's gaze sharpened. By the ministry. By the Wisengamot. By myself, at the time. He paused. You have doubts. It wasn't a question, but Harry answered anyway. I think there are unanswered questions. And I think it's strange that he'd wait 12 years to escape if he was really Voldemort's loyal servant. A perspective remarkably similar to your guardian's. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, I understand the appeal of believing the best of those connected to your parents. But Sirius Black's actions that night, what actions, exactly? Harry interrupted. What actual evidence showed he betrayed my parents? That he killed those muggles? Did anyone check his wand? Use Veritaserum? Cast Prior Incantado? Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised by Harry's specific questions. You've been well coached, he observed mildly. Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, given who raised you this past year. Bellatrix believes in knowing facts, not just accepting what you're told, Harry said, lifting his chin slightly. A commendable philosophy, when applied with wisdom. Dumbledore rose, signaling the end of their meeting. I cannot discuss the specifics of Sirius Black's case with you, Harry. But I will consider the questions you've raised. They are, not without merit. As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore added, one more thing, Harry. While I respect Madame Black's guardianship and the positive influence she has clearly had on your development, I urge caution regarding certain family connections she may be exploring. The Black family's history contains dark chapters that could pose risks to you both if awakened carelessly. The warning was vague but unmistakable. Harry nodded without commitment and departed, his mind racing with questions he would add to his journal that evening. At Blackthorn Cottage, Bellatrix was engaged in research of a different kind. The elegant study, normally maintained in perfect order, now resembled an academic battlefield. Ancient tomes lay open on every surface, scrolls unfurled across the carpet, and a complex web of silver threads connected various notes pinned to a large corkboard on the wall. This can't be coincidence, she muttered, tracing one thread from a newspaper clipping about Sirius's escape to a lunar chart. The timing is too precise. Pippi appeared with a soft pop, bearing a tray of tea and sandwiches. Mistress must eat, the elf insisted, clearing a space on the desk with a snap of her fingers. Mistress has not touched food since breakfast. Thank you, Pippi, Bellatrix said absently, her attention still fixed on the board. Has there been any response from Gringotts? Not yet, mistress. But Mistress's sister's husband's owl has arrived. The elf presented a sealed parchment bearing the Tonks family crest. Ted's letter confirmed what Bellatrix had begun to suspect: Sirius Black had never received a trial. No Wisengamot hearing, no presentation of evidence beyond Bartemius Crouch's executive order, and most damningly, no magical verification of guilt. The worst miscarriage of justice in modern magical history, Ted wrote. Everything was handled administratively during the post-war chaos. Fudge, then junior minister in the DMLE, signed off on the transfer to Azkaban after Crouch pushed it through. No one wanted to look soft on Death Eaters after you-know-who's fall. Black's case wasn't unique in process, just in prominence. The letter continued with a legal assessment of their options for reopening the case, limited while Sirius remained a fugitive, but not non-existent. Ted had quietly approached former members of the original Order of the Phoenix, finding several who shared Bellatrix's doubts about Sirius's guilt, including Remus Lupin, who had been another close friend of James Potter. Lupin wants to meet, Ted wrote in his conclusion. Says he has information about Peter Pettigrew that wasn't included in the official reports. I've arranged a secure location for next Tuesday evening, if you're interested. Bellatrix added the letter to her board, connecting it to several other pieces of her growing investigation. The pattern was becoming clearer: Sirius had been framed, likely by Pettigrew himself, who had somehow faked his own death and escaped. But why had Sirius chosen now to break out? What had changed? The answer came from an unexpected source. That evening, Harry's journal entry contained his conversation with Dumbledore and a seemingly unrelated detail about his visit to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had an old Daily Prophet on his table with a picture of the Weasley family in Egypt. Ron pointed it out because it had his whole family in it, even his pet rat Scabbers, sitting on Ron's shoulder. Hagrid mentioned something odd, said the rat must be ancient because common garden rats only live 3 to 4 years, but Ron said Scabbers has been in the family for 12 years, ever since his brother Percy found him in the garden. 12 years. Since the fall of 1981. Around the time Pettigrew supposedly died, leaving behind only a finger. Bellatrix stared at the journal entry, her heart racing. An animagus form would explain everything: how Pettigrew escaped the confrontation with Sirius, why no body was found beyond a finger, how he had survived undetected all these years. If Peter was an unregistered animagus living as the Weasley family's pet rat. She wrote back immediately, "Harry, this is critically important. Do not approach the rat or act differently around it. Do not mention this suspicion to anyone, including Ron. The rat may be Peter Pettigrew in animagus form, the true betrayer of your parents who framed Sirius. If I'm right, he's extremely dangerous and desperate. I'm contacting Dumbledore directly and making arrangements. Stay safe, stay vigilant." This explains why Sirius escaped now. He must have seen the rat in that newspaper photo and recognized him. Everything is connected. The following morning at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office immediately after breakfast. "Mr. Potter," she began without preamble, "the headmaster requires your presence for an urgent matter. Your first class will be excused." "Is something wrong, Professor?" Harry asked, trying to mask his nervousness. Had Bellatrix's message about Scabbers prompted immediate action? "That remains to be determined," McGonagall replied cryptically. "Come along." To Harry's surprise, they didn't head for Dumbledore's office but instead proceeded to an unused classroom on the 3rd floor. Inside, he found an unexpected gathering: Dumbledore, Professor Snape, a shabby-looking wizard with prematurely graying hair whom Harry didn't recognize, and Bellatrix. Harry exclaimed, rushing forward before remembering himself and stopping short of embracing her in front of the professors. "I mean, what are you doing here?" Bellatrix's lips curved in a slight smile at his self-correction. "Official guardian business, Harry. Your headmaster has graciously allowed me to participate in this intervention, given my family connection to the situation." "And what situation is that, exactly?" Harry asked, glancing between the adults. "A potential security threat within Hogwarts," Dumbledore answered gravely. One which your guardian identified through your correspondence. The shabby wizard stepped forward, extending his hand to Harry. Remus Lupin, he introduced himself, his voice gentle but weary. I was a friend of your parents. And of Sirius. Mr. Lupin has agreed to assist us given his unique perspective on the matter at hand, Dumbledore explained. As has Professor Snape, whose expertise in certain potions will prove invaluable. Snape's sour expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else, but he inclined his head slightly at the mention of his contribution. We believe, Bellatrix continued, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder, that Peter Pettigrew is alive and hiding within Hogwarts as an animagus, specifically, as your friend Ron's pet rat. I knew it, Harry breathed. That's why Sirius escaped, isn't it? He saw Scabbers in that newspaper photo with the Weasleys in Egypt. Very likely, Remus confirmed. The Daily Prophet does reach Azkaban, though it's one of the few comforts allowed to prisoners. If Sirius recognized Peter, then Sirius is innocent? Harry pressed, looking from Remus to Dumbledore. He didn't betray my parents. Didn't kill those muggles. That, Dumbledore said carefully, is what we hope to determine today. If the rat is indeed Peter Pettigrew, many of our assumptions about that night will require reconsideration. Professor McGonagall returned, bringing with her a confused and slightly defensive Ron Weasley, who clutched Scabbers protectively to his chest. I haven't done anything wrong, Ron insisted as he entered. And neither has Scabbers. He's just an old rat, not some illegal magical creature. No one is accusing you of wrongdoing, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore assured him gently. But we have reason to believe your pet may not be what he appears. Would you place the rat on the table, please? Bellatrix requested, her voice calm but authoritative. Ron hesitated, looking to Harry for reassurance. What's going on? Why's your guardian here? It's okay, Ron, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure that was true. They think Scabbers might be something else. Still dubious, Ron placed the rat on the table. Immediately, Scabbers began to squirm and squeak frantically, as if sensing danger. Snape stepped forward with a small vial of clear liquid. Veritaserum, he explained with clinical detachment. 3 drops should be sufficient once he's in human form, assuming there is a human to question. Stand back, please, Remus instructed, drawing his wand. He and Bellatrix positioned themselves on opposite sides of the table, wands trained on the increasingly frantic rat. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Twin flashes of blue-white light erupted from their wands, striking the rat simultaneously. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Scabbers began to contort and expand, his form twisting grotesquely as paws elongated into hands, fur receded to reveal pale, mottled skin, and the pointed snout transformed into the face of a small, watery-eyed man with thinning hair. Ron staggered backward in horror. What? Who? Scabbers? Peter Pettigrew cowered on the table, his small eyes darting frantically between the gathered wizards, lingering longest on Harry with an expression of undisguised terror. Harry, he squeaked. How like James you look. Your mother's eyes though. Don't you dare speak to him, Bellatrix snarled, her wand never wavering. After what you did to his parents. I didn't, it wasn't, you don't understand. Pettigrew's gaze swung desperately to Dumbledore. Headmaster, please. Sirius was going to kill me. I had to hide. A convenient explanation, Snape observed coldly, uncorking the Veritaserum. Let us see if it withstands magical verification. What followed was both disturbing and revelatory. Under the influence of the truth serum, Pettigrew confessed to everything, being the Potter's secret keeper after a last-minute switch from Sirius, betraying their location to Voldemort, framing Sirius by shouting accusations in the street before blasting it apart himself, transforming into a rat after cutting off his own finger, and living with the Weasley family for 12 years to stay informed about the wizarding world. I had no choice, he whimpered, though the potion prevented him from embellishing or lying. The Dark Lord was taking over everywhere. What was there to be gained by refusing him? What was to be gained by loyalty? Remus asked, his voice shaking with suppressed rage. By honor? By protecting your friends who trusted you with their lives? Throughout the confession, Harry stood frozen, emotions warring within him. This sniveling, pathetic man had condemned his parents to death. Had robbed him of a childhood with them. Had sent his godfather to 12 years of torture in Azkaban. He felt Bellatrix's hand tighten on his shoulder. Breathe, Harry, she murmured. Justice will be served now. Once the questioning concluded, Pettigrew was bound with magical restraints and placed under Snape's watchful guard while Dumbledore contacted the Ministry. Specifically, he reached out to Amelia Bones rather than Minister Fudge, a decision Bellatrix approved with a nod. Madam Bones will ensure proper procedure, she explained to Harry as they waited. Unlike certain political figures who might prefer to bury this embarrassment. What happens now? Harry asked. Will Sirius be cleared? Will he want to meet me? Bellatrix regarded him with understanding. The legal process will take time, but yes, with Pettigrew alive and his confession documented, Sirius's name should be cleared. As for meeting you. She hesitated. I believe that is inevitable, Harry. He is your godfather. The question is what form that relationship might take. You mean, Harry lowered his voice, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. You mean with the guardianship? With us? Yes. Legally, a named godparent has priority over other guardians in wizarding law. However, our situation is unique given the guardian bond. She met his eyes directly. Whatever happens, Harry, our connection remains. The form may change, but the substance endures. Remember that. The uncertainty in her typically confident voice alarmed Harry more than anything else that had happened that day. For the first time since she'd rescued him from the Dursleys, he sensed genuine vulnerability in Bellatrix Black. I don't want to lose you, he said simply. No matter what happens with Sirius. Something softened in her expression. Nor I you, Harry. We'll navigate this together, as we have everything else. The aftermath of Pettigrew's capture unfolded with dizzying speed. Amelia Bones arrived with a contingent of Aurors, including a young witch with bright pink hair who Harry later learned was Nymphadora Tonks, his guardian's niece, Andromeda's daughter. The evidence was processed, statements taken, and Pettigrew transferred to Ministry custody under heavy guard. By evening, the Daily Prophet had released a special edition with the screaming headline, Pettigrew alive. Black innocent. Ministry scandal revealed as Potter betrayer found at Hogwarts. The story detailed the dramatic capture, Pettigrew's confession under Veritaserum, and the Ministry's immediate revocation of the Kiss on-site order for Sirius Black. Minister Fudge was quoted promising a full investigation into this miscarriage of justice, while expertly deflecting blame onto his predecessors. For Harry, the revelation created a strange dichotomy in his Hogwarts experience. On one hand, he was suddenly even more famous, the boy who not only survived Voldemort but whose guardian had now solved a 12-year-old mystery and exonerated an innocent man. On the other hand, he felt oddly disconnected from the excitement, his thoughts preoccupied with what Sirius's return might mean for his life with Bellatrix. Ron, after overcoming his initial shock and disgust at having harbored his family's parents' betrayer for years, had become Harry's staunchest defender against the endless questions from other students. Leave him alone, he'd snap whenever someone pressed Harry for details. It's not some exciting adventure story, it's his family we're talking about. Hermione, meanwhile, had thrown herself into researching guardian bonds and wizarding custody laws, determined to understand the potential implications for Harry's living situation. The precedents are mixed, she reported one evening in the common room, surrounded by dusty legal tomes borrowed from the library. In most cases, a named godparent takes precedence, but the guardian bond you described is extraordinarily rare. The last documented case was in 1738, and the courts ultimately ruled that the bond superseded other arrangements. But that doesn't necessarily apply to my situation, Harry pointed out. Sirius is my godfather by my parents' choice. That has to count for something. Of course it does, Hermione agreed. I'm just saying legally, it's complex. Especially given Bellatrix's family connection to Sirius. They're cousins, right? First cousins, Harry confirmed. Though they weren't close growing up, according to Bellatrix. Sirius rejected the Black family's dark leanings early on. Which raises another question, Hermione continued thoughtfully. After 12 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, well, what will Sirius Black be like now? Azkaban is known to drive prisoners mad, especially after long sentences. It was a question Harry had been avoiding, but one that haunted him nonetheless. Would his godfather be mentally stable? Would he even want guardianship of Harry after everything he'd endured? And if he did, how would that affect Bellatrix? 3 days after Pettigrew's capture, Harry received a message from Professor McGonagall to report to the headmaster's office immediately after dinner. He knew before she specified that Bellatrix would be there, and likely Sirius as well. His suspicion was confirmed when he entered Dumbledore's office to find an unusual gathering. Bellatrix stood by the window, her posture formal but tension evident in her shoulders. Across the room, a man Harry recognized from newspaper photographs but who looked significantly healthier than those images suggested watched him with an intensity that was almost unnerving. Sirius Black had been gaunt and wild-eyed in his wanted posters. The man before Harry now, while still thin and bearing the hollowed look of prolonged suffering, had clearly benefited from several days of proper care. His dark hair was clean and trimmed, his robes new if simple, and his grey eyes, so similar to Bellatrix's, were clear and focused. "Harry," he breathed, taking a half-step forward before restraining himself. "Merlin, you look so much like James." "But your eyes, my mother's," Harry finished with a small smile. "Everyone says that. Because it's startlingly true." Sirius glanced at Bellatrix, then back to Harry. There's so much I want to say to you. To ask you. 12 years of questions. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently from behind his desk, we should address the immediate practical matters first, and leave the personal reconnection for a more private setting. Sirius nodded reluctantly, taking a seat across from Dumbledore. Harry moved to stand near Bellatrix, whose hand came to rest lightly on his shoulder, a gesture of both support and subtle claim that wasn't lost on anyone in the room. "As you know, Harry," Dumbledore began, "the Ministry has officially exonerated Sirius of all charges. As your legal godfather, named by your parents, he would traditionally assume guardianship responsibilities immediately. However," Bellatrix interjected smoothly, "our situation is far from traditional. The guardian bond between Harry and myself, formally recognized by the Ministry, creates a precedent of its own." "A bond one don't dispute," Sirius said, surprising Harry. "Andromeda explained it to me. Ancient magic, not easily dismissed, nor should it be." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture reminiscent of the photographs Harry had seen of his father. "But I made a vow to James and Lily. I promised to care for you if anything happened to them. A vow I failed to fulfill for 12 years because I was stupid enough to chase after Peter instead of focusing on you." "It wasn't your fault," Harry said quickly. "You couldn't have known what would happen." "Perhaps not," Sirius acknowledged with a sad smile. "But the consequences remained the same. You grew up without the love and care James and Lily wanted for you. Without knowledge of your heritage, your place in our world. Until Bellatrix found me," Harry said firmly, leaning slightly into his guardian's side. "She rescued me from the Dursleys. Taught me about magic, about my family. She fought for me when no one else did." The directness of Harry's statement created a momentary silence in the room. Sirius's expression shifted through several emotions, pain, regret, and finally, a grudging respect as he looked at Bellatrix. "Yes," he said quietly. "She did what I should have done. What I failed to do." He straightened in his chair. "Which is why I'm not here to challenge your guardianship, Bella. Bellatrix's surprise was evident, though she masked it quickly. "You're not." "No." Sirius leaned forward, his gaze intense. "I've had a lot of time to think in Azkaban. Too much time. And in the days since my name was cleared, I've spoken with Remus, with Andromeda, with Dumbledore. I've come to understand that what matters isn't my right to raise Harry, it's what's best for Harry himself." He turned to address Harry directly. "You found stability with Bella. A home. The education and care you deserve. I won't disrupt that out of some selfish desire to fulfill my godfather duties now, 12 years too late." Relief flooded through Harry, though it was immediately tempered by a different concern. "Does that mean, you don't want to be part of my life?" "Quite the opposite." Sirius smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his gaunt features. "I want to be as much a part of your life as you'll allow. But as an addition, not a replacement. That's why I've come to propose an arrangement, with your guardian's approval, of course." Bellatrix's eyebrow rose. "I'm listening." "Shared guardianship," Sirius proposed. "You maintain primary custody and educational oversight, which you've clearly managed expertly. I contribute my knowledge of James and Lily, of their hopes for Harry, and practical support as he navigates the complexities of being the Potter heir. We coordinate rather than compete." "And living arrangements?" Bellatrix asked carefully. "Harry's home remains with you at Blackthorn Cottage. I would request regular visits, perhaps extended stays during parts of school holidays if Harry wishes. As I rebuild my life, I'll establish a suitable residence nearby, not imposing, but accessible." It was such a reasonable, thoughtful proposal that Harry found himself momentarily speechless. He'd prepared for conflict, for legal battles, for difficult choices. Not for this mature compromise. "I believe," Dumbledore interjected gently, "that the ultimate decision should rest with Harry himself. He has demonstrated remarkable maturity throughout these extraordinary circumstances." All eyes turned to Harry, who felt the weight of the moment pressing upon him. "I want both of you in my life," he said simply. "Bellatrix is my guardian, she saved me, taught me, gave me a home when no one else did. That bond is real." He turned to Sirius. "But you're my godfather. My parents chose you to look after me if anything happened to them. You knew them in ways no one else did." He took a deep breath. "I think the shared guardianship makes sense. As long as everyone's honest with each other. No secrets, no hidden agendas. An admirable condition," Dumbledore noted. "And one I hope extends to all aspects of your life, Harry, including your studies here at Hogwarts." The slight emphasis on studies reminded Harry of the Philosopher's Stone situation, a mystery temporarily overshadowed by these personal developments. He nodded acknowledgement without comment. "Then it's settled," Bellatrix declared, extending her hand to Sirius. "Shared guardianship, with primary residence at Blackthorn Cottage and regular contact with Sirius. We'll draw up the formal agreement through Gringotts to ensure magical binding." Sirius took her hand, and for a moment, the family resemblance between the cousins was striking, the same aristocratic features, the same intensity in their eyes. "Agreed. For Harry's sake, we put aside old differences and forge a new alliance." As they shook hands, Harry felt something shift in the magical atmosphere of the room, a subtle realignment, as if disparate elements were finding harmony. He touched his star pendant absently, noting that it felt warmer than usual against his skin. Dumbledore noticed the gesture. "The Black family guardian token," he observed with interest. "How fascinating that it responds to this accord." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "The prophecy," Bellatrix explained, her eyes widening slightly. "It speaks of the guardian of Black, singular. I assumed it meant me, as a member of the Black family. But perhaps it refers to the Black family itself," Sirius finished, equally surprised. "Not an individual guardian but the collective guardianship of the family line, represented by both of us." Together they shall walk between the worlds that were and might have been, Bellatrix quoted softly. The plural was there all along, but I missed it. Prophecies, Dumbledore remarked with a small smile, have a way of fulfilling themselves in unexpected ways. The question now is what this means for the challenges that lie ahead. The weeks following the guardianship agreement brought significant changes to Harry's life, even while he remained at Hogwarts. Sirius, officially pardoned and compensated by the Ministry for his wrongful imprisonment, purchased a small cottage near Blackthorn, establishing his own space while respecting the boundaries Bellatrix had set. The cousins' relationship, initially formal and cautious, gradually evolved into something resembling genuine family connection. Their shared concern for Harry provided common ground, while their different perspectives and experiences offered complementary approaches to his education and welfare. For Harry, the arrangement brought an unexpected richness to his life. Bellatrix continued as his primary guardian, maintaining the structured magical education and political guidance that had served him so well. Sirius added a different dimension, stories about his parents that humanized them beyond mere legends, practical marauder knowledge that sometimes made Bellatrix roll her eyes but secretly amuse her, and a light-hearted approach that balanced her more serious nature. At Hogwarts, the remainder of Harry's first year unfolded with both ordinary school experiences and extraordinary adventures. True to Bellatrix's warnings, the Philosopher's Stone proved a target for darker forces within the castle, specifically Professor Quirrell, who Harry eventually confronted in the labyrinth of protections beneath the third-floor corridor. The confrontation revealed the terrible truth Bellatrix had suspected but hoped to spare Harry from discovering too soon. Voldemort still existed in a weakened form, parasitically attached to Quirrell, seeking the stone to restore his body and power. "We meet again, Harry Potter," the face on the back of Quirrell's head had hissed, red eyes gleaming with malevolence. "See what I have become. Shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body, but never truly defeated." Thanks to the extensive magical training Bellatrix had provided and the protective magic of his mother's sacrifice, Harry survived the encounter, but the knowledge that Voldemort was actively seeking return changed everything. When Harry finally returned to Blackthorn Cottage for the summer holidays, he found both his guardians waiting for him at platform 9 3/4. The sight of them standing together, Bellatrix elegant and composed, Sirius with his newfound vitality gradually erasing Azkaban's mark, filled him with a sense of homecoming he'd never experienced before. That evening, after a welcome home dinner prepared by an enthusiastic Pippi, with Sirius charming the house elf despite Bellatrix's warnings about spoiling her, the three gathered in Blackthorn Cottage's library for a serious conversation. "Your encounter with Voldemort changes our timeline," Bellatrix began without preamble, ever practical. "We knew he would eventually seek return, but his presence at Hogwarts, his access to a willing host, these suggest his return may come sooner than we anticipated. The prophecy speaks of, when darkness flies," Sirius added, his light-heartedness replaced by grim focus. "We thought that meant years from now. But after what happened with Quirrell, we need to accelerate your preparation," Bellatrix concluded. "Your natural magical strength is considerable, Harry, but it requires refinement. Especially given what we now understand about your connection to Voldemort." The connection had been another revelation from the Quirrell encounter, Harry's scar burning in Voldemort's presence, suggesting a magical link that neither Bellatrix nor Sirius fully understood but both found deeply concerning. "Do you think he'll try again soon?" Harry asked. "To come back properly, I mean." The guardians exchanged glances. "Yes," Bellatrix answered honestly. "The failure with the stone will only motivate him to seek other methods. And there are several dark rituals that could restore him to a body, all requiring components we must vigilantly protect." "Like what?" "Blood of the enemy," Sirius supplied grimly. "Your blood, specifically. Bone of the father, meaning Tom Riddle Sr.'s remains. Flesh of the servant, something his followers would eagerly provide." Harry absorbed this with remarkable composure, a testament to Bellatrix's influence. "So what do we do? What's our plan?" "First," Bellatrix said, "we continue and expand your magical education. Defensive magic primarily, but also obscure branches that might prove useful, occlumency to protect your mind, advanced protective enchantments, even some controlled exposure to darker magic so you recognize them. Second, Sirius added, we utilize my newly restored political capital and the Black Potter Alliance to shore up support within the ministry. Fudge is already showing signs of denial about Voldemort's potential return, we need allies positioned to counter that narrative. And third, Bellatrix concluded, we investigate Voldemort's past more thoroughly. Understanding how he achieved his unnatural longevity may reveal weaknesses we can exploit. I have theories based on certain ancient texts, but we need more concrete evidence. Harry nodded, processing their systematic approach. What about the prophecy? The one about me being the star-touched child? Does that give us any clues? Neither light nor dark but balance born, to mend what ancient feuds have torn, Bellatrix recited thoughtfully. We initially interpreted this as referring to your potential to transcend the traditional light-dark division in magic. But perhaps it has broader implications, healing the rifts in wizarding society that allowed Voldemort to gain power in the first place. The prophecy also speaks of power, Sirius noted. For in their hands the power lies, to change the course when darkness flies. Plural again, not just you, Harry, but all of us working together. The Black Guardians and their star-touched ward, Bellatrix mused. A trinity of magic that even Voldemort might not anticipate. Harry looked between them, these two people who had become his family through such different paths, one who had sought him out because of an ancient magical bond, one who had been chosen by his parents but prevented from fulfilling that role until now. Both committed to his protection and preparation despite their own complicated history. Together, he said firmly, touching the star pendant that hung ever-present around his neck. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The pendant glowed warmly in response, its enchanted black diamond seeming to pulse with inner light. Bellatrix and Sirius exchanged a significant glance, both recognizing the magical resonance that confirmed the rightness of their alliance. Outside Blackthorn Cottage, summer twilight deepened into night, stars emerging one by one in the darkening sky. The year ahead would bring new challenges, the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets, the political maneuvering as factions began forming in response to rumors of Voldemort's potential return, the continuing development of Harry's unusual magical abilities. But within the cottage's protective wards, Guardian and Godfather had found unexpected common purpose in their shared commitment to the boy who connected them. And Harry Potter, no longer the lonely child in the cupboard under the stairs, had discovered that family could be forged through bonds stronger than mere blood, through choice, through magic, through love. The ancient prophecy continued to unfold around them, its meaning revealing itself not in dramatic moments of destiny but in the quiet, powerful connections formed when three damaged souls found healing in each other. The star-touched child and his black guardians, walking together between the worlds that were and might have been, preparing for the darkness they knew would come. Not as passive participants in a predetermined fate, but as architects of their own destiny. Together. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.